Thank you, Angelica. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to welcome you to this important conference, Catholics in Antisemitism, Facing the Past, Shaping the Future. First, I want to thank all of you, those who are here in person on a Monday, and those joining via live stream, and those of you who will watch this later. Your presence in whatever form is meaningful. It's good that you are here, and we are grateful. I am especially thankful to the Catholic Information Center for co-sponsoring this event, helping to facilitate a conversation that I hope will continue beyond today in your own circles of influence. I also want to express my deep appreciation to our speakers who have generously given their time and their energy to be here in person. And for those who don't know me, as Angelica mentioned, my name is Simone Riscala, and I serve as the director of Philos Catholic at the Philos Project. My journey with Philos Catholic began when I was invited to speak at a conference we co-hosted with Franciscan University of Steubenville, Nostra Aetate and the Future of Catholic-Jewish Relations at a time of rising anti-Semitism. I was honored to participate thanks to the generosity of my colleagues at Philos, Andrew Doran and James O'Reilly, along with Father Dave Pavanka, Steve Hildebrand, and others at Franciscan University. This work is deeply personal to me. As someone of Egyptian Armenian descent, I understand, perhaps in a way that is painfully familiar to many in our Jewish community, the experience of being a targeted minority. My grandmother, while living in Cairo, was once told directly, first we'll get them, and then you. Today the Jews, tomorrow you. These were not just words. They were a forewarning of what was to come. When I began promoting the Franciscan University Conference, I was shocked by the immediate backlash from Catholics. That opposition has not ceased. Yet the support remains strong, and I am particularly moved by all the Jewish Catholics I've been meeting who are engaged for obvious reasons, and from non-Jewish Catholics who are especially eager to deepen their understanding of this issue. So today's conversation is vital, not only for addressing the past, but for shaping the future, and I thank all of you for being part of them. And so to begin our program, I would like to invite Father Charles Trullols of the Catholic Information Center to open us up in prayer.
Thank you, Simon. Please bow your heads for the prayer. From the book of Tobit. When Tobit saw his son, he threw his arms around him and wept. He exclaimed, "I can see you, son, the light of my eyes." Then he said, "Blessed be God. May his holy name be praised throughout all the ages. Almighty and eternal God, you created the universe and its beauty with such guidance and order that can only wonder when we discover them. Out of love, you created us with a purpose, to give you glory, and with such dignity that all gaze with reverence. Open our eyes widely, as you did with Tobit, as you give us this opportunity to reflect on the history of the Jewish people and the Catholic faith. With John Paul II's remarks during his visit to the Rome Synagogue on April 13th, 1986, as our backdrop. And I quote, "The Church of Christ discovers her, quote, bond with Judaism by, and quote, searching into her own mystery, unquote. The Jewish religion is not, quote, extrinsic, unquote, to us, but in a certain way is, unquote, intrinsic to our own religion. With Judaism, therefore, we have a relationship which we do not have with any other religion. You are our dearly beloved brothers, and in a certain way, it could be said that you are our elder brothers. We are here to learn, dear God, to deepen our knowledge of you and of your teachings through the insights of our speakers and conversations. Jesus, may we find ways to explain the truths embedded in our nature and in your revelation in a way that can be understood in our current society so that we can be lights wherever we happen to be. Holy Spirit, transform our lives so that our actions may reflect always that we accept the fullness of all the revelation of God. Through Christ our Lord. Amen. And thank you. By the way, my name is Father Charles. As I was introduced, I am the director of the Catholic Information Center. I've been here for almost 9 years, and I'm so honored and delightful to have to see all of you come here to this conference, and that it will be, hopefully, and with God's help, very fruitful. Thank you.
Thank you, Father, for giving us that beautiful prayer to set the stage today in this important conference. My name is James Riley. I am the Associate Director of Philos Catholic, and it's my honor to introduce the panelists for today's first panel. The first panel is titled Catholics and Antisemitism, Is It Still a Problem? In this session, our esteemed panelists will explore the contemporary relevance of antisemitism within Catholic communities. Our panelists include Mary Eberstadt from the Catholic Information Center and Faith and Reason Institute, Trent Horn from Catholic Answers, Jonathan Silver from the Tikva Fund. Mary Eberstadt is an American author and writer of several influential books, including Adam and Eve After the Pill Revisited, forwarded by Cardinal George Pell, Primal Screams, How the Sexual Revolution Created Identity Politics, and How the West Really Lost God, a New Theory of Secularization. Mrs. Eberstadt is a senior research fellow at the Faith and Reason Institute in Washington, D.C., and she occupies the Panula Chair in Christian Culture at the Catholic Information Center. After his conversion to the Catholic faith, Trent Horn earned 3 master's degrees in the fields of theology, philosophy, and bioethics. He serves as a staff apologist for Catholic Answers, where he specializes in teaching Catholics to graciously and persuasively engage those who disagree with them. Trent is the host of the Council of Trent, and has authored or co-authored over a dozen books, including The Case for Catholicism, Persuasive Pro-Life, and Why We're Catholic, Our Reasons for Faith, Hope, and Love. Lastly, but not least, Dr. Jonathan Silver is the Chief Programming Officer of Tikva, the editor of Mosaic, and the Warren R. Stern Senior Fellow of Jewish Civilization. As the host of the Tikva podcast, he has hosted hundreds of writers, rabbis, educators, military officers, artists, and political figures, including members of the Israel's Knesset, the U.S. Senate, and the Prime Minister of Israel. Moderating this discussion will be Simone Rizkallah from the Philos Project. Simone Rizkallah is the director of Philos Catholic at the Philos Project and is first-generation American of Egyptian Armenian descent. Please welcome me in joining our panelists.
Thank you, James. Thank you so much. Okay, well, it's not on the slide yet, but there is a QR code that you can scan that links to a Google form where you can submit your questions, which hopefully will get to Q&A from the audience at some point. So question 1, Mary, I'd like to begin this panel discussion with you. You delivered the keynote address at a conference at Franciscan University of Steubenville titled Nostra Aetate and the Future of Catholic-Jewish Relations at a Time of Rising Anti-Semitism. That same week, you published an article in the National Catholic Register titled Catholics and Anti-Semitism, Now More Than Ever. In that article, you admitted that when you were first invited to speak, you were puzzled. Wasn't opposition to anti-Semitism already well established among Catholics? You pointed to Nostra Aetate, the Church's official rejection of collective Jewish guilt, as well as the personal efforts of Pope St. John Paul II and others to strengthen Catholic-Jewish relations. And you wondered what more needed to be said. I had a similar reaction when approached to speak at the conference. But in the wake of October 7th and the Hamas attack on October 7th and the ongoing war, many, including yourself, have come to see the urgency of this issue in a new light. How has your understanding of anti-Semitism evolved since then? How would you persuade Catholics who might initially dismiss these concerns to recognize the reality of the issue? And how do you respond to those who argue that accusations of anti-Semitism are being overused or exaggerated in today's discourse?
Thank you. Thank you, Simone. And thank you, Father Charles. And thanks to all of you for being present today. I will answer your questions in order. My understanding of anti-Semitism has not evolved. As I noted in my keynote at that historic conference hosted by Franciscan University, anti-Semitism is a unique evil. It has nothing to do with individual Jewish people. No, it can insinuate itself, and does, into souls with peculiar, invisible cracks of some kind. Those souls needn't ever have encountered actual Jews. What has evolved is an understanding of just how crucial it is to speak to Catholics right now, especially young Catholics, about what their Catholicism means when it comes to our elder brothers in faith, as St. John Paul II put it, the Jews. This brings us to one of 3 points that I wish to share with my fellow Catholics today. We are all read, or read in, the Catechism. Evil walks among us. Evil is real. And for Catholics to turn a blind eye to that reality in the specific case of anti-Semitism is morally unacceptable. This point demands emphasis because we Catholics, and many of our friends who are not Catholics, so frequently miss it. One often hears, for example, what is the Catholic hierarchy doing about this problem or that problem, including anti-Semitism? One often hears, what has the Pope said? As if Catholics can check their powers of prudential reason at the door just because we have a Pope. I leave it to the theologians among us, of which I am not one, to explain the doctrine of infallibility, which is often wrongly invoked to cover anything a Pope says. But let us non-theologians stick with the non-theological facts. A long line of teaching instructs the laity that we have a unique role on earth and in salvation history. And if that teaching applies anywhere, it is here in the case of Catholics and the need to step up against anti-Semitism. We can't duck our responsibilities toward Jews or our other responsibilities. When you believe, as the Catechism and other Catholic texts teach, that you are made in the image of nothing less than God, when you believe, as some of the greatest Catholic teachers in history have taught across the centuries, that you have been gifted with faculties of reason that allow you to approach the truths of God, when you drink all that Catholic Kool-Aid, you are on the hook for figuring out what you can do to, quote, perfect the temporal order, as it says in the 1965 Decree on the Apostolate of the Laity, among other places. And that includes combating hatred and violence against Jews. Now, to the second question, how would you persuade Catholics who might initially dismiss these concerns about anti-Semitism to recognize the reality of the issue? This brings us to the second point I am here to share. Especially since October 7th, 2023, two malignant ideas have quietly, if unstably, hovered over the Western landscape. One is that the Jews somehow brought this post-October 7th infamy on themselves. This is classic blame the victim anti-Semitism. It is not true any more than it is true that the United States brought 9/11 on itself. But this smear continues to make the rounds in memes and elsewhere online and wherever stupid ideas are sold. The second pseudo-sophisticated and even more pernicious variation of this idea is that pox on all the houses moral equivalence. October 7th was a tragedy, but what Israel has done since then is worse, goes this line of excuse-making. Both these ideas are wrong and injurious, and they are also, to repeat, unworthy of people with working left and right hemispheres. This brings us to my second point. Catholics of all Christians are uniquely positioned to repel these malevolent interjections. Specifically, just war theory is a body of teaching stretching back well over 1,000 years and benefiting from some of the greatest minds in Catholic and indeed human history, including but not limited to St. Augustine, St. Thomas Aquinas, and other headliners. Just war theory provides a moral template for understanding exactly what happened on October 7th, 2023 and beyond. Its applied principles demonstrate beyond a doubt who the aggressor was, who the innocent, who had the right of response and self-defense, etc. Just war theory smashes moral equivalence like an idol. To put it another way, our Protestant evangelical brothers and sisters have risen to the defense of the Jewish people with fighting spirit and in admirable numbers. This is in part for reasons of millenarian theology that Catholics do not share. But Catholics have a different reason for solidarity with people of the covenant. Not because we have theological or other expectations, but simply because it is the right thing to do intrinsically as Catholics. Third question, how do you respond to those who argue that accusations of anti-Semitism are being overused or exaggerated in today's discourse? Some will remember from Philosophy 101 the story of 18th century philosopher George Berkeley, who came up with the idea of immaterialism, the notion that the world is not real. And in response to that theory, the great wit Samuel Johnson is said to have kicked a rock, announcing, "I refute it thus." That is actually the best way to deep six the malignant suggestion that anti-Semitism is being hyped. Just refuse to play that game. Of course, one can also point to the empirical record. History abounds for millennia with examples of bloody enthusiasms aimed at wiping out the Jews, including the murders and kidnappings committed by Hamas on October 7th and beyond. Yet, as the horrors of the 20th century recede from living memory, and as social media takes the place for many of verifiable history, we cannot expect knowledge of the past alone to encourage Catholics to do the right thing. We need more. And this brings me to a third point that I hope will be taken to heart by fellow Catholics everywhere, most especially the young. In addition to just war theory, Catholics, and especially young Catholics, whatever the state of their religious practice, have a particular, unique vernacular for understanding anti-Semitism and the need to protect and defend those among us in need of aid. That is their dedication, which is most ardent among the young, to the cause of life. As I said at the conference at Franciscan, Hamas and other enemies of the Jewish people often say scornfully, the Jews love life. So do we. To love life as Catholics is to love the Jews from whose roots we grew. Our young Catholics in America and elsewhere are empaths. All they need to know to rise to the occasion is that the refusal of the Jewish people to die has enraged their enemies throughout history. All they need to know is that the Jewish love of life, which is nothing less than a love of life enjoined by God Himself since the earliest appearances in Scripture, binds Jews and Christians together as no other force. This joint love of life, shared by Christians and Jews, is a slap in the face to our common enemies: desiccated anti-life secularism, bloodthirsty Islamicism, suicidal marriage and baby denialism. The same people and forces who hate the Jews hate the Christians too, including for our own love of life. Consider, since October 7th, anti-Semitic offenses have risen almost threefold in the United States. Since summer 2020, a record number of Catholic churches and other properties have been attacked and defaced across the country. And not only in the United States. As Robert Royal shows in his new book, The Martyrs of the New Millennium, more Christians are in more danger of martyrdom today than at any other moment in history. As the months and years since October 7th have also shown, the desire to wipe Jews from creation has been invigorated anew by Hamas, by other terrorist groups, and by their cold-blooded cheerleaders in America and Europe, including on certain feral campuses. Today, the Coalition of Catholics Against Antisemitism takes a new step, calling Catholics to a new abolitionism. The old abolitionism arose first in the 18th century, mainly in the salons of Enlightenment Europe. Left to the intellectuals, it would surely have died a slow death in drawing rooms. But instead, something else happened. The calloused hands of farmers and others far removed from salons, toiling the land in places like New England and upstate New York, took up their scripture and took the fact of slavery to heart. It was prayers and preachings in tiny Protestant churches by Quakers and Wesleyans and other anonymous souls that found doing the right thing by slaves inescapable. So let Catholics anew, beginning today, join hands in a new abolitionism, a summons to stepped-up solidarity with the Jewish people in a moment when the malignity aimed at them continues to reveal its serpentine face. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Okay. Question 2 is for Jonathan. I'd love to hear your thoughts about, well, you know, since we met in Israel 2 years ago, Jonathan, I've very much deeply valued our friendship and our collaboration. I look forward to many more. I'm saying that in public, so we have to. And you know, recently I spoke with a priest about this issue, and his response was, you know, I understand the historical context, and that's important, but is this really a crisis in the church today? Most Catholics aren't anti-Semitic, and if anything, it's the opposite. For those whose daily lives don't bring them face to face with this issue, what's the larger picture? Why does this matter now? Not just as a question of history, but as something urgent for the church and for society today.
Okay. Small questions. First of all, I want to thank Father Charles for inviting us and for the honor of being able to address you. I want to thank you, Simone, for putting this conversation together. One of the most important conversations, I think, at this hour in our republic. that we can have. I also want to begin with a note of gratitude. Here in this room are two teachers of mine that have taught me to think morally in ways that I just can't, but I have to thank them. George Weigel is here, and over the years I've learned so much from George Weigel, as I have from, I'm so honored to be able to sit on the same panel as Mary Eberstadt. Their writing, their teaching, their example, I just want to publicly thank both of them. Let me make 5 quick points, and then I think it's probably more productive for us to spend some more time in conversation together. Anti-Semitism is what exactly? Anti-Semitism is a discrimination? Is it a racial hatred? Is anti-Semitism a spiritual disorder? Is it a social contagion? Is it an ideological predilection? Anti-Semitism, I think the first point to make about it is its mutability. In ages of our civilizational past, when religion and theology was the dominant heuristic and dominant civilizational authority, then anti-Semitism was advanced using theological arguments. In ages where natural science overcame religion and became the dominant authority of the culture, then anti-Semitism was advanced in pseudo-racialist science. Today, when human rights ideology tends to be the dominant moral and civic political authority of our time, anti-Semitism tends to be advanced in that kind of language as well. I think these are all partial ways to understand the phenomenon, but I would like to suggest, point number 2, that there is a more comprehensive, clearer, more precise way to diagnose what anti-Semitism is. By my lights, anti-Semitism is politics organized against the Jews. That's what it is. And that means that anti-Semitism, to embrace anti-Semitism, is to embrace a politics of blame. It is to embrace a politics of grievance. It is to reject a politics of accountability. It's to reject a politics of responsibility. Anti-Semitism in this respect is antithetical to the fundaments of Republican self-government. So I would say, to begin with, that it is a unique threat in democratic governments like the one that we have in America. Why the Jews, after all? I think there are historical and religious, philosophical reasons for that. After all, it is a theme diagnosed in even ancient authors, as well as modern medieval authors too. When ancient tribes conquered one another, they assimilated the pantheon of the conquered people. And when you were conquered, it showed that your God was also defeated. Your protector God was defeated. This is the way pagan societies works. And so you follow the determination of the might, and you adopt their gods. The Jews did not do this. And from that time to this time, there is a religious inassimilability of the Jews that others them, to use that kind of word. But I actually think that, hearkening back to the political theme that I'm asking you to focus on, there's an even more practical political reason why the Jews are always such a convenient target. You see, up until the 18th century, the Jews had no rights in European history. Up until 1948, the Jews did not have their own arms and military. The Jews could never respond when attacked. Think of how convenient this is as a target. On the one hand, they were spread throughout virtually every society of Europe. By the way, also in the Arab Middle East. They were spread throughout all of these societies, often trying to figure out ways to accommodate themselves in societies without rights, and so made themselves to be of service, having all kinds of important jobs in those societies. Nevertheless, they were not organized in such a way that when attacked, they could extract a political cost. So they were a permanent minority spread throughout all of these different societies without the ability to extract political costs when attacked. That is the perfect target for those who wish to evade responsibility for their own problems. They can blame this other little group that everybody knows and has seen, and that if you do something horrible to them, they cannot respond to you. Point number 4, and I think this is implied in what I've said, but I want to just draw it closer to the surface. I have to say that my real concern, the real reason that I came to visit with you all today, is not for my own people. It's not for the Jewish people. And that is because I'm profoundly concerned anti-Semitism harms the anti-Semite more than it harms the target of anti-Semitism. A culture that embraces blame, this is an iron law of worldly politics, cannot but slouch into decline. There is something that happens in the soul of a polity and the soul of a person when they fail to take responsibility for themselves and when they are casting instead that responsibility to another group like that. I just think, Simone and I were talking about this the other day. There is this magnificent portrait that Frederick Douglass draws in one of his several autobiographies, in which he describes the effect of slave owning on the slave owner. I just want to read that to you for a moment, not because I'm drawing an illusion between these two phenomena, but because to me it creates a psychological portrait that I think reveals something about the same effects that happen in the soul of the anti-Semite. Frederick Douglass, the narrative, I'm reading now from the one of his biographies called The Narrative Life of Frederick Douglass. It was published in 1854, and he is horribly sold to this woman in Baltimore named Sophia Old, the Old family, who had never owned slaves before. He doesn't really know how to deal with her because she's actually a kindly person. This is what he writes. She was by trade, this is what Frederick Douglass, writes. She was by trade a weaver, and by constant application to her business, she had been good, in a degree preserved from the blighting and dehumanizing effects of slavery. I was utterly astonished at her goodness. I scarcely knew how to behave towards her. She was entirely unlike any other white woman I had ever seen. I could not approach her as I was accustomed to approach other white ladies. My early instruction was all out of place. The crouching servility, usually so acceptable a quality in a slave, did not answer when manifested toward her. Her favor was not gained by it. She seemed to be disturbed by it. She did not deem it impudent or unmannerly for a slave to look her in the face. The meanest slave was put fully at ease in her presence, and none left without feeling better for having seen her. Her face was made of heavenly smiles, and her voice of tranquil music. But alas, this kind heart had but a short time to remain such. The fatal poison of irresponsible power was already in her hands, and soon commenced its infernal work. That cheerful eye, under the influence of slavery, soon became red with rage. That voice, made all of sweet accord, changed to one of harsh and horrid discord, and that angelic face gave place to that of a demon. I want to propose that anti-Semitism has a similar kind of effect on the anti-Semite. And therefore, just to diagnose this phenomenon, it does not inhere in the Jews any more than a virus inheres on its target. Anti-Semitism is a problem that, as a society, we have to confront as Americans. Maybe as a church, I leave it to my dear Catholic friends to diagnose whether the extent to which it's really a problem there. But point number 5, because anti-Semitism reveals something about this political psychology of a regime, maybe of a person, it illuminates our capacity for self-government. I want to propose, just leave you with this, that anti-Semitism should be understood as a barometer of civic health. As an American, I believe that the rejection of the politics of grievance is the fight for the soul of America in the West. It's a fight that is up to us, Jews and Christians, to stand shoulder to shoulder and fight for this civilization, which our ancestors labored for so many generations to bequeath to us, and which now it is our responsibility to hand over to our posterity. Thank you.
Trent, it's an honor to have you here. Thank you for coming to join us in person, all the way from Texas. I first met you when I started working at Catholic Answers as an affiliate apologist in 2022, but I feel like I really came to really love you when you had me on your show to talk about what was happening to the Armenians in 2023. Rough year, 2023. Jewish college students, particularly at Ivy League institutions, have faced significant challenges over the past year coming from the left. This past January, I spoke with a Jewish student from an Ivy League school who asked me, is what I'm seeing on social media, is it real? From the extreme right, is it real? Regrettably, I had to answer, it is real, I'm sorry. And part of my job is to help keep it on the fringe and prevent it from becoming mainstream. And he responded, but didn't the Council of Trent already settle this? Anti-Semitism today appears to be growing more sophisticated and harder to dismiss as merely an internet phenomenon. While it might be tempting to write it off as the rantings of a fringe group of extreme right anti-Semitists or extreme left, I've had to explain that it is more complex. What should Catholics know about this resurgence? And how should they understand what's happening and why it's occurring?
Thank you, Simone, and thank you so much for inviting me here today to address you. On April 27th, 2019, 19-year-old John Ernest walked into a synagogue in Poway, California with an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle and opened fire. He injured 3 people, including the synagogue's rabbi, and fatally wounded a woman named Lori Gilbert Kay. Ernest fled the scene and was later apprehended and then convicted of his crimes. He received a sentence of life in prison plus 30 years. What struck me most about Ernest's case was the content of the manifesto he published before his crime. It was teeming with anti-Semitic claims and arguments I have seen all over the internet, even among self-professed Christians. In fact, Ernest called himself a Christian in his manifesto. He belonged to a traditionally Orthodox Presbyterian church and had no previous criminal record before his crime. He poignantly writes in the manifesto, "To my family and friends, I can already hear your voices. How could you throw your life away? You had everything." Ernest's answer, "I will not sell my soul by sitting idly by as evil grows. I'd rather die in glory or spend the rest of my life in prison than waste away knowing that I did nothing to stop this evil." That evil, he said, were the Jews. He writes, "Every Jew is responsible for the meticulously planned genocide of the European race. They act as a unit, and every Jew plays his part to enslave the other races around him, whether consciously or subconsciously. Their crimes are endless." His manifesto then lays a laundry list of crimes at the feet of the Jews: controlling the media, usury, Marxism, communism, sexual degeneracy, feminism, pornography, the slave trade, genocide, especially white genocide, killing children, and of course, killing Jesus. He says, "For these crimes, they deserve nothing but hell. I will send them there." He continues, "I did not choose to be a Christian. The Father chose me." When it comes to the objection that he should, as a Christian, love his enemies, Ernest says one would not love a thief robbing a friend by doing nothing to help the friend. One can kill in self-defense. And he claims, "I did not want to have to kill Jews, but they have given us no other option. I'm just a normal dude who wanted to have a family, help and heal people, and play piano. But the Jew, with his genocidal instincts, is insistent on poking the bear until it tears his head off." Now, some people may say that Ernest was just one violent fanatic and anti-Semitism isn't a big problem. But Ernest's rhetoric is neither novel nor uncommon. Adolf Hitler's book Mein Kampf and addresses like his 1920 speech, Why We Must Be Anti-Semites, are filled with this same kind of rhetoric. The Jews are a dangerous threat to society, and they must be contained by any means necessary. And Hitler's ideology is spreading. In 2024, the New York Post reported on how AI translations of Hitler's speeches into English have garnered millions of views on social media and millions of positive reactions. Prominent social media accounts deny Hitler was involved in genocide and portray him as a misunderstood leader in a war where there were no good guys because, according to them, each side of the war killed civilians in comparable fashion. When placed in a sympathetic lens, young people are more apt to be seduced by anti-Semitic rhetoric that mirrors the same arguments Ernest made in his manifesto. In the past few years, I have noticed an explosive growth in anti-Semitic content online, including among self-proclaimed Christians. They claim they don't hate Jewish people, and so they are not anti-Semitic in the classic sense of that word. Their belief system is also immune to the common reply that a Christian cannot be anti-Semitic because Jesus, Mary, and the apostles were Jews. These Christian anti-Semites say they do not hate anyone. They say they do not hate anyone because of their ethnicity. Instead, they claim to simply adhere to the Bible's teaching that the Jews killed Jesus and that the Jews are an enemy of mankind. The only thing they hate, they claim, is the false religion of the Jews. But these anti-Semites routinely pull a bait and switch. When they are pressed, they say they only oppose the false religion of Judaism. However, when they see a Jew guilty of immorality, they publicly share this with the assumption that this incident proves ethnic Jews, even those who are not religious, are morally inferior to non-Jews. I remember seeing one anonymous account, a Catholic account, blame the actor Bryan Cranston's support for legal abortion not on his liberal Hollywood environment, but on the fact that he's 1/8 Jewish. They also say they're just being faithful to church teaching that paints the Jews as untrustworthy, subversive dangers to Christian society that must be segregated and contained. Anti-Semitism doesn't entice people by presenting itself as a wild-eyed, frothing at the mouth call to exterminate the Jews. Instead, it presents itself as a simple noticer of individual Jews engaged in immoral behavior, or Jews being overrepresented in certain fields. It then, through a combination of fallacies like confirmation bias and hasty generalization, claims that Jews are behind many or all the evils in the world. Like many conspiracy theories, these claims are warmly received by people who want a simple explanation for the problems in the world, instead of the complex reality of how sin manifests itself in all races, creeds, and cultures. However, it doesn't take much to transform this rhetoric from simple noticing and jokes about Jews into warnings about dangerous Jewish supremacy, and finally into concrete actions to oppose what they call dangerous Jewish power, including violent actions like those of John Ernest and many others who have committed acts of violence against Jewish people. But anti-Semitism is wrong even if it does not result in violence. The Ku Klux Klan once violently persecuted Catholics in the United States in the early 20th century. But that doesn't mean it's okay to commit non-violent acts of anti-Catholicism today. It is still wrong for bigots to slander Catholics and harm them through lies about what Catholics do, just as it's wrong for anti-Semites to slander Jews from their keyboards, even if they never encounter a Jew in their daily lives. The problem also has a distinctly Christian element, as can be seen in Ernest's case. Anonymous social media accounts who have an abundance of free time and an abundance of Jew obsession mine the church fathers, ecumenical councils, papal documents, and 19th and 20th century Catholic authors for quotes that they claim give their Jew hatred a traditional and Orthodox pedigree. One of these accounts has even called for a final solution to the Jewish problem that claims Catholic teaching requires Jews to be deported to Israel so that Christians do not have to live with them. And their arguments seem impressive to Catholics who want to be faithful to traditional church teaching, but mistakenly think everything in previous magisterial documents belongs to the unchanging deposit of faith. This inability to understand the different levels of authority in church documents and how doctrine develops over time leads them to believing Catholics must endorse errors like geocentrism or anti-Semitism. In closing, we ignore this growing online problem, especially among Catholics, at our and others' peril. Posts defending Jew hatred, Holocaust denial, and worst of all, Holocaust cheerleading that openly calls for the death of Jews receive tens of thousands of likes on social media. And the problem will only get worse if we, out of ignorance, hubris, or cowardice, refuse to face it head on. But instead, we must face it with hearts filled not with malice, but with the love of Christ that seeks to rescue people who have been ensnared by the father of lies. Thank you.
That's great.
So now we'll take questions from all of you if you have scanned it. And I'll be checking my phone because it will get text message to me. No. Maybe your neighbor could help you with that. We will not take questions from the floor. You have to submit them through the Google form. Thank you. Thank you so much, panelists. I had a lot of self-restraint, not going, wow, after all of your presentations, but wow. First question, what aspects, and thank you to Susanna, who's filtering this from the Google form, what aspects of John Paul II's approach to interfaith dialogue can be applied today to strengthen bonds between Catholics and Jews? Should be another microphone there too.
I'm going to punt because if you stick around, George Weigel will be speaking later today, and I'm sure he will give the best earthly treatment possible of that question.
Yeah, I would just say, just going through the spirit of dialogue that we've seen from Pope St. John Paul II and also from Pope Benedict XVI, that the goal of dialogue is to lead both parties closer to the truth. And so there are two errors when it comes to dialogue. One is to see dialogue itself as an end instead of a means. So always just talking about agreements, but never the differences. And then the other extreme is to treat dialogue as more of a facade to engage in harsh polemics. I think what Pope St. John Paul II modeled well in his relations with Israel, with Jewish communities, is to find genuine common ground between our faiths. I think one of the great things about being Catholic is being able to share with Jewish people the Jewish roots of our faith. The Catholic author Brant Petrie has done an excellent work on that with his books like the Jewish roots of the Eucharist, the Jewish roots of Mary. Being able to show that, and many other authors. Roy Schumann's book Salvation is from the Jews is another good work on that. Being able to show this common ground, and then Pope St. John Paul II, who had the humility to offer apologies for when the church has victimized those in the past, not just Jews, but other groups as well. So to be able to move forward in dialogue humbly, to find common ground, to lift away emotional and historical barriers, but then also to present the beauties of the faith for Jewish people to consider that are very unique to the Catholic faith.
Somebody have the second microphone?
Is this it?
No. Maybe we'll find it. Okay, second question. How have theological concepts like supersessionism and replacement theology historically contributed to anti-Semitic attitudes among Catholics? Until we find the second mic, I'll just keep passing this one. If anybody wants to take that.
I get to punt again because I'm not a theologian. I think that's a question for theologians.
I'm not technically a theologian either because I don't have a doctorate in theology, but theology is the mainstay for me. So supersessionism is the idea of trying to understand what is the relationship between the idea of the Jewish people and those who are called the people of God. You know, how is God's relationship to Jewish people after the revelation of Christ given to Christ and the apostles. And there have been strains in Catholic history among some of the fathers speaking about things like how the church fully replaces the Jewish people, or that the Jewish people, that God has formally rejected them, or that they have been cut off because of their rejection of Christianity, of Jesus as the Messiah. But while some of these sentiments can be found among church fathers and some theological writings, as Pope Benedict XVI noted, this is something that's very difficult to locate within the church's magisterial texts. And so more recently, we have seen understanding and also retrieval of ancient sources, seeing that while modern Judaism is, of course, incomplete because it rejects that Jesus Christ is the Messiah, as we've noted earlier with what previous popes have said, Judaism is distinct from every other non-Christian religion because of its foundation in Christianity, and also because of what the New Testament itself promises. The New Testament, that Paul, when he was engaging his Jewish interlocutors, he did not consider them others who were completely cut off from God. That's quite the opposite of what he says in Romans chapter 11, where he says that the gifts and calling of God, he said that the Jews of his time were blessed, would still be blessed because of their forefathers, and that the gifts and calling of God are irrevocable. So Catholic theology still seeks to find the middle ground of understanding because, once again, I think what we're always trying to do here is avoid extremes. So the one extreme is to say that the Jews are accursed by God, they are cut off, they are even worse off than other non-Christian religions. But then the other extreme would be to embrace a kind of dual covenant theology, which says that Jews are saved because of their faithfulness to the old covenant and that they have no need for salvation in Christ. That also is not true because Acts 4:12 very clearly says there is no other name by which we are saved except for Jesus Christ. But even by that truth, that did not prevent St. Paul from saying at the end of his letter to the Romans that he had hope that all Israel would be saved. So I think that in understanding this, there's still theological nuances to parse out. We just have to be careful to avoid the simplistic extreme ends of the spectrum on that question.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you, Trent. See? Wow. Okay, here's another question. Father Dave Pavanka was accused of virtue signaling when he opened up Franciscan University to Jewish transfer students who were feeling unsafe on their college campuses. How would you respond to that?
Well, first of all, it's calumny. Second, would that every Catholic college in the United States had done the same?
Yeah, I find that there are certain accusations I'm not really fazed by anymore because I don't understand the nature of the accusation. Like when people will call me, even today, and speaking at this event, I'm sure to be labeled online a modernist, liberal, and the fact that I've mentioned in other contexts, but not when I speak on this subject, that half my family is Jewish, I will certainly be labeled a converso, a Jew who is who's secretly trying to destroy the Catholic faith, but did so by writing a book called Why We're Catholic that sold 800,000 copies and has led to countless. Yes. So the goal is to be really like secretly trying to undermine the faith, be very outspoken in helping people become Catholic. I don't know. That's the illogic of anti-Semitism that can see malice of Jews anywhere and in anything. I find the accusations you're virtue signaling. I would say, well, what does that mean? What are you talking about? Usually, virtue signaling refers to engaging in an act that doesn't do any concrete good, but is only meant to assuage the conscience or to impress other similarly minded people. So that's only what we think of virtue signaling. So we think of a celebrity who is going to act against climate change by going on a world tour to talk about it, when that doesn't do anything to address the problem, and the emissions from their private jet makes it worse. So that would be a classic example of virtue signaling. But if you notice there is a problem and you are able to offer a concrete solution, like Jewish students who are not permitted, who are prevented from accessing classes on campus by anti-Semitic mobs that the college authorities will not disperse or use the police power to disperse, when if the situation were reversed, when if it were Jews and Christians preventing Muslims from going to class, the FBI would be in there with assault weapons ready to arrest everyone and throw them in jail for decades. When there's a concrete problem and you offer an appropriate solution, I think the accusation of virtue signaling is rather just sour grapes from people that don't think it's a problem or are cheering on the problem itself.
We can agree that criticism of Israel is not necessarily anti-Semitic. But where is the line? When does it cross over into something anti-Jewish?
Yeah, I think that for people who have serious criticisms of Israel, welcome to the lunch table of every Israeli family. Every Israeli family, every Jewish American family has got their own criticisms, plenty of them. I don't know if there's a precise line that I can draw. I think there's some things that one can notice about the horrible atrocities that take place in various countries across the world, including some that have taken many hundreds of Muslims who've been persecuted and killed in just the last hours. And the outcry that is raised against those places is faint and non-existent. And when the Jewish state rises to heroically defend its own civilians, the outcry is loud and very different, and one can take notice of that. But I think any particular criticism that a critic might have of a tactic in war or policy of the Israeli government, I think one has got to take into account the spirit in which it's offered, and I promise that the most vociferous critic of Israel will not match the internal criticism that Israelis themselves mount on a daily, weekly, minute by minute basis of their own government.
Yeah, I would say a simple rule of thumb is criticism of Israel becomes anti-Semitic if the criticism would not be leveled against a non-Jewish state. So in discrimination law, for example, I forget the exact, the wording would be the but if rule. So when does discrimination become wrong? You say, well, we would treat you a certain way, but if you were white, we would treat you a different way. And so if Israel's action would not arouse outcry or condemnation if any other nation did it, then that begs the question, why is it arising outcry in this situation? And it's because anti-Semites conflate Israel, the nation of Israel, with Jews as if they're synonymous, which, as my panel guest here noted, they're not. There's a wide variety of Jewish views. There are some Jews who are Zionists. There are Jews who are anti-Zionists. There are Jews across the political spectrum. Even within Judaism, you have the conservative and the liberal parties who differ on important issues. So I think just to ask yourself, well, if another country did this, or to find examples of other countries engaging in this kind of behavior in war, I think it's helpful. I think also when people rush to make the claim of genocide, because they want to pin the worst crime possible on Jews, when you are critiquing a country in warfare, there's a big gap between acceptable use of force and genocide. There's negligence, there's willful negligence, there are war crimes, but genocide is a very specific term, and if it is misused, it just makes the term lose its effectiveness.
Okay, this question, I think you just answered it. All right. This is a little dangerous. I'm going to read it without reading it ahead of time. If one of my traditional Catholic friends brings up an old quote, for example, from St. Pius X, what should I say? She shared with me this. We cannot give approval to this Zionist movement. We cannot prevent the Jews from going to Jerusalem, but we could never sanction it. The soil of Jerusalem, if it was not always sacred, has been sanctified by the life of Jesus Christ. As the head of the church, I cannot tell you anything different. The Jews have not recognized our Lord. Therefore, we cannot recognize the Jewish people. This is an answer given to Theodore Herzl in a private letter.
Yes. So I would say if someone comes across what a quote from a previous pope or a previous bishop or even a previous ecumenical council, they have to remember that as Catholics, Christ gave us a living magisterium. So the church's authority comes from three elements. Sacred script. So the Word of God given to us in written form, which is sacred scripture. The Word of God given to us in an unwritten form, which is the tradition lived out in the church, and the teaching of the magisterium. And as the Second Vatican Council, Dei Verbum document on divine revelation, Constitution on divine revelation, Dei Verbum says, the magisterium is not above scripture and tradition, but it humbly serves them. So it passes on the deposit of faith through its teaching office. I would also tell this person that many people, I'm going to be beating a dead horse here, but that's okay. I gotta love Aristotle, the golden mean, the middle ground. When it comes to interpreting past church documents, once again, there are two extremes. One extreme would be the liberal, truly modernist view, which says that previous magisterial teaching is not binding in any case. And the bishops today could reverse anything that's been taught in the past on any subject, which is a kind of theological positivism that would destroy any notion of a deposit of faith if the bishops could if they could just make up anything they wanted to. The other extreme, though, is what I call Catholic fundamentalism. And this is a term that I prefer to, some people have identified anti-Semitism with traditionalism, or they might call it radical traditionalism. I don't like those terms because there's nothing wrong with being traditional. And there's nothing wrong necessarily being radical or extreme. Martin Luther King Jr. said, people asked him, are you an extremist? He said, well, yeah, but you could be an extremist for love and an extremist for justice. Nothing wrong with that. So nothing being radically in favor of the church's wonderful tradition. Fundamentalism, however, seeks to look at the past teachings and make them binding today when they are no longer binding. To read things in previous documents and not understand, I would tell them if they read something in the past to know, where does the source of teaching, how do we understand as Catholics? It's very easy as Catholics for us to say, oh, well, we're not sola scriptura. We don't just all read the Bible for ourselves and say, this is what it means. We listen to the teaching office of the church. But fundamentalists will do that with church history. Instead of listening to the living magisterium that exists today, they will say, I've read through all the church's teaching in the past, and this is what it means. But when Catholic fundamentalists do that with previous church teaching, they're no different than the Protestant reformers who did the same thing with scripture and the church fathers and the medieval writers. They also claimed history for themselves. So I would tell your friend, if they read something in one of these documents, one, compare it to what the living magisterium teaches today and let that guide you, because that is what Christ gave us to guide us in the faith, the apostles and their successors. Number two, I would encourage them to know that Catholic teaching has different levels of authority. So not everything that is found in magisterial documents is infallible. So there's two extremes. None of it's infallible and all of it's infallible. Rather, a very small minority of it is infallible. So Catholic teaching can change in its level of authority. So for example, the dogma of the Immaculate Conception. Among the early church fathers, there was theological debate about Mary. They knew she was radically holy. She was called, the unstained ark. But then this had to be reconciled with the universal truth about original sin. So Mary's Immaculate Conception was something that was found in the early church, then later became a common teaching. So it rises in its levels of the authority the church teaches until finally in the 19th century, it was infallibly taught through a papal ex cathedra statement. But other teachings can lose some of their authority. They can be taught or they could be widely believed, but the magisterium comes to see, oh, this is not an essential part of the deposit of faith. That's what's happened with the doctrine of limbo. Once again, theologians trying to remedy what happens to unbaptized children who have committed no sins. And many of them held to a view that these children went to limbo, which is the outer edge of hell, but it's a place of perfect natural happiness. They don't receive the beatific vision, but they don't suffer either. They have perfect natural happiness. That's still a permitted view. It has not been condemned. But as the International Theological Commission noted since 2007, the magisterium is moving more towards a view that we can have a hopeful confidence, but not a 100% assurance that children who die without baptism can receive the beatific vision. Hopeful confidence, not 100% assurance. So when it comes to statements regarding the Jews, for example, and that, as I noted in my answer, Catholic anti-Semites will go and we'll discuss this later in other panels about how the church is related to Jews and spoken about it in magisterial texts, that these things may represent prudential judgments. Sometimes they're prudential judgments, interventions in the prudential order. Donum Veritatis, instruction on the vocation of the theologian, that came out a few years ago. That said, in section 24, in magisterial documents, not every prudential judgment is free from error. Bishops and their advisors may not have taken all elements into consideration. So papal documents, magisterial documents that spoke about the necessity of putting Jews in ghettos or deporting them, many times costing people their lives in the process. We could say, well, that prudential judgment was an error. It overestimated the risk these people pose and underestimated the harms imposed on them in trying to deal with a worldly problem at the time. Similar with other elements where doctrine may be proposed, but it's not defined, and then it's understood that that's not an essential element of the doctrine of faith. So like the example you gave about Pope St. Pius X, by the way, notice where it comes from. So that quote, actually, that is not even in a magisterial text. So you could find something to say, is it magisterial? Magisterial means it comes from the bishops or it comes from the Pope. So if it's just a church father saying something, it's not necessarily going to be magisterial. If it's a Catholic theologian, and there are theologians that have put forward anti-Semitic views, that's not magisterial. Or if it's a pope in a private matter, or in the case of Herzl was one of the founders of the Zionist movement in the late 19th century, was involved in that, and he goes to Pope St. Pius X. That quote is not found in a document in the Vatican or from the writings of Pope St. Pius X. It's a reflection in Herzl's diary about the interaction. Pope St. Pius may have said that. He may have said that, but guess what? It's not written down in anything magisterial, so it doesn't have any binding weight on Catholics whatsoever. I would recommend the friend in that question, if they want to learn more about how to read previous documents, my friend and colleague Jimmy Akin has written a wonderful book called Teaching with Authority, and it's a comprehensive book that deals with how to understand the weight, the authority behind Catholic teaching in documents.
Thank you, Trent. I'm so glad that you mentioned the fact that was in the diary and not in a magisterial document. I might also add, I'm not an official panelist here, but Pope Benedict XVI has a great document on the Jews that is a defense of, you could say, Catholic Zionism, where, as Mary mentioned, we don't have the same Protestant evangelical theologies. But we do have, if you wanted to have a theological support for Catholic Zionism, it would simply be that the Jews, like any other natural people, have a right to safety and protection in their country that already exists. So
I'd also add, when fundamentalists go down this road, I've heard it said from another author who is doing a playful twist on Cardinal Henry Newman's quote, "To be deep in history is to cease to be Protestant." His twist on that is, to be deep in history is to cease to be a fundamentalist, because it is impossible to live in accord with strict fundamentalism that says, I'm a traditional Catholic, I'm going to do everything I find in the tradition, when there are things in the tradition that are just not livable or people don't adhere to anymore. I think it was the Lateran Ecumenical Council had a binding statement that you could only use crossbows against Muslims, not Christians. But that's something that's a disciplinary matter. I'm sure, if a Christian was breaking into your home and going to kill your family, and all you have is your dad's old crossbow next to you, It could happen to someone, I'm sure. And of course, a fortiori, if you can't use a crossbow against a Christian, you couldn't use a deadlier weapon like a firearm. But fundamentalists still hold to that today. Or there was, I think it was the Council of Trullo, perhaps, and this would be in the early Middle Ages, which is one of the disciplinary canons, said that Christians were prohibited from seeing Jewish physicians. So you'll have fundamentalists who will rail about Jews when all of a sudden, if they need, surprise, surprise, someone who's overrepresented in the medical field but doesn't get credit. If a Jew is overrepresented in a bad thing, they cause the bad thing. But if they're overrepresented in a good thing, like inventions or medicine, they don't get credit, or they're overrepresented there in order to exploit people there or something. You can't win. Once again, the illogic of anti-Semitism. So if they need a Jewish doctor to save them and their children, well, they're not going to complain about that, or they're not even going to bother to check. So to be deep in history is to cease to be fundamentalist.
I love that. I had a priest friend who said recently, the church is never wrong, but we're wrong about what the church has never been wrong about. All right, next question. Can you elaborate on the statement that anti-Semitism is a barometer of civic health, specifically as it relates to the state of the Catholic Church today? Is the appearance of an uptick in anti-Semitism among Catholics a phenomenon of the internet? If not, if it's more, what does that say about where the church is today? I'm happy for this question because, Jonathan, you and I talk a lot about how we want to kind of get past the anti-Semitism, the Christian anti-Semitism, the Catholic anti-Semitism, so we can have the more interesting conversation about, rebuilding Western civilization. Before you answer, Jonathan, if I can put you on the spot there, I'm going to read this quotation by Father Edward Flannery from a book he wrote, The Anguish of the Jews, 23 Centuries of Anti-Semitism. If you've never read it, I highly recommend. He says, the blueprint for the extinction of Christian anti-Semitism is ostensibly already on paper. It is to be found in the statements and guidelines of the churches and in the work of the revisionist theologians. Regrettably, the present pace of its dissemination and its implementation is slow. Most of the Christian populace has not been reached.
Okay, I think I can explain what I mean by anti-Semitism as a barometer of civic health. I'm not sure I can do as good a job as my colleagues can to diagnose its presence within the church and in the online communities that the church is responsible for uplifting. But I can observe that societies that have organized themselves around blaming some other group do not constructively solve their own problems. And that is true in the Middle East, and it is true in sub-communities that are full of especially young women and men who are economically disadvantaged and suffering. And it is easier as a kind of, it is easier way to alleviate their suffering to blame someone else as a kind of scapegoat than it is to constructively solve their problems. And so I do see that the presence of anti-Semitism in a culture tells you something about its viability. And where anti-Semitism has gained purchase, that culture is going to decline. I just don't think that there are any examples that history furnishes against that.
I'd like to say just a few words about another source of what may be rising anti-Semitism. And this is not one I've seen discussed, but it's palpable. And I want to put a Catholic lens on it and to mention the 7 deadly sins that we don't like to talk about, even during Lent, because it's like hard to think of how we fall short in all these areas. But one of them is envy. And I think envy applies here on 2 levels. The first is obvious. The first, as Trent mentioned, the overrepresentation of Jews in fields of success, fields like medicine and music and scholarship and other elite and remarkable areas. And so there is, I think, a kind of envy on the part of those who see this and are do not have the habits of study, the long familial traditions, the long biblical traditions that are part of what goes into that kind of worldly success, as does having been shut out of other ways of making a living. So that's on the surface, but I think underneath it, and more interesting, if you open the aperture here and you look at the modern West, you see societies in demographic and spiritual freefall. And obviously there are exceptions. There are vibrant exceptions to this. We're at the CIC after all. And we could all name scores of other exceptions. But the biggest exception here is Israel. The biggest exception is Jews in Israel, seculars included, saying yes to life in a way that the societies of Europe and much of the Anglosphere seems to have forgotten how to do. So if you're in Israel on the Sabbath, you will see families in the streets. You will see strollers everywhere. You will see babies in restaurants, no matter whether it's Sabbath or not. You'll see people out and about with their families because the birth rate in Israel is higher than it is in any other Western country. These are people who refuse to lay down and die and continue to say yes to life. How could the sometimes desiccated people of the West who seem to have lost their own morale not look upon that with a sense of envy, or at least a pang? Why can't we be more like that? And I really believe that at some seismic level, these are the rocks that are shifting that give rise on the surface to what we're calling anti-Semitism.
Oh, Dad, for that. I think something else that we need to consider would be that anti-Semitism is often related to politics of grievance. And I think it flourishes a lot when there are legitimate grievances that are not heard. So, I mean, think about where anti-Semitism flourished in the 20th century. Obviously, in Nazi Germany, after the First World War, Germany entering its economic collapse, and people being galvanized around a demagogue like Hitler. In the United States, for example, one of the most popular radio hosts was Father Charles Coughlin. The Tablet has a wonderful podcast series on Father Coughlin, along with being a very melodic and talented speaker. He's almost dramatic in his presentations. He capitalized on the grievances that people legitimately had about finance and banking during the Great Depression. So I think the uptick in anti-Semitism now, I think it's important for us not to scapegoat those who, just as anti-Semites should not scapegoat Jews as just these monsters. We should not scapegoat anti-Semites as being monsters. I think a lot of cases, and I would say it's disproportionately young men who have retreated to a fairly, if not terminally, online existence, oftentimes in result to legitimate grievances. They've grown up in a culture that has told them they can't celebrate their heritage. They have to celebrate everyone else. They've been told that because they're men, they're bad. When they're boys in elementary school, they are treated like broken girls. So when they act out, they have to be put on ADHD medication. But girls that's the paragon. Instead of saying that girls are broken boys because they don't play hard enough, boys are broken girls because they act up too much. So they grow up with that. And then, people tell them when they want to be masculine, oh, no, that's toxic masculinity. So suddenly when they want to take pride in being a man, that's toxic masculinity. And Gillette Razors has to put out an ad, like, do our best. But no one's willing to say about toxic femininity and how crummy women can be. Watch the movie Mean Girls if you don't believe me. That was actually forthright to come out and say that. But when you're told that everyone else is great and you're the bad one, you get pushed down and down and down. And then so you retreat online to people who feel the same way that you do. And then also your culture tells you there's things you're not allowed to say. You're not allowed to say that when it's just obviously true. Like you're not allowed to say that man who has XY chromosomes and male genitalia is a man because he identifies as a woman. And they find that to be absurd. And then the problem becomes is they start to think, I like these other people. They reaffirm me. And I like being able to point out that I'm going to say what needs to be said, even if the world tells me I'm not allowed to say that. But the problem is there's some things, yes, there are some things you're not allowed to say. It's a culture trying to put a lie over the truth, and that's bad. But just as it's true that maybe just because all geniuses are persecuted, it doesn't follow all the persecuted are geniuses. Some of them are just crackpots and nutcases that we all realize are wrong. So they start to think that, oh, transgenderism or realities about race or crime or things like that, you're not allowed to say that even though it's true. They start to think, well, you're not allowed to say the Holocaust never happened. You're not allowed to say this or that. I'm definitely going to say it. And, and then they get approval from other anonymous online accounts. And in living more online, they become detached from other people, and that creates a disassociation between normal human relationships. That was also brought on by oppressive government policies that, for Gen Z, really hindered their development, during the pandemic, things like that. So I think trying to recognize and meet people with that, but honestly, we need to put forward the truth to combat anti-Semitism. But like many other conspiracy theories and other things like that, it's more of a human problem. And that I think for many people I think a lot of what we have to do is to keep people from falling into it. Extracting people from it is very difficult. I think the biggest thing that those who have fallen into it need is just to log off and cultivate offline human relationships and to go find a real girl and talk to her and see that they're not, just as all Jews don't fit your online stereotypes, not all women are Gen Z boss in a mini, okay? To get off the internet and get out of your stereotypes. And then when you start to live a normal offline life like that, it's much easier to be detached from the more crazy online views.
Let me just react to a couple of things, because I think that you said a number of things I want to draw out some implications from as I understand them. Number one can sympathize with the suffering of these young men and still rebuke the conclusions that they've come to, which I think is the appropriate stance to take. To deny the reasons for their suffering is a mistake. I agree with that. And both for that reason and because what you just said, that there's an obvious manifest necessity to draw them out of the basement and out of their online existence into society. To me, what you've just said articulates a vision and mandate for the church at this moment. And that leads me as a Jew to urge my Christian friends to step into public responsibility and into the civic arena and assert the remoralization of the culture as Christians, which I think serves the country as a whole, and it serves my community as well. Yeah. I also want to have one thing that I'd like to say, a thought that is triggered in response to the very wise things that Mary said about the birth rate in Israel. Of course, it's true that even among secular Israelis, the birth rate is considerably higher than replacement rate. But I also want to point out that in the mind of Israelis, that is deeply connected, the same motivation to military service and rising in defense of the civilians which were attacked on October 7th. Israelis are conflicted in all kinds of complicated ways about the hostages and whether the war aims articulated by Prime Minister Netanyahu are reconcilable with the saving of the hostages. All of these, those kind of debates exist in Israel, and they're in many ways tortured for Israeli civil society. However, Israeli civil society does not have, by and large and for the most part, deep guilt and anxiety about the need to assert its defense. And I have to say that as an American Jew living here with my neighbors here, for us, going to the grocery store on October 8th, it was just Sunday. Like my neighbors where I live, they were just going there buying their, like Fruity Pebbles for their kids. It wasn't a normal day, even though for me, the entire world had changed. Okay, that experience is very real. The West, and I think in America in particular, can also learn something from the Israeli willingness to stand up and assume military responsibility for the defense of its people. And I think that is deeply connected to the faith in life which is manifest in the birth rates of Israeli mothers.
Thank you, Jonathan. I wanted to open it up to the panelists for any other thoughts that you wanted to share, although it seemed like you took initiative there to share them. But, and I want to take a short break before we begin our next panel at 3 p.m. But if no one says anything, I have my own thoughts and questions. I think the Hamas attack, October 7th, the war, it complicated everything, obviously. It clarified things too, right? But this Philos Catholic and the Coalition of Catholics Against Antisemitism, that was already in the works before the war. It was something that we've had our eyes on before. I have pondered in the last year, and speaking to those men, by the way, Mary has a great book called Primal Screams. Everybody should pick up here in the bookstore. But I've pondered a lot about the epidemic of loneliness as a former high school teacher who taught many of these boys how they're reacting on social media. They need to go out and talk to a real girl. Why bodybuilder anti-Semites attack me personally, I don't know. But it's a strange thing they all have in common. So all this to say that this is something that has been on our hearts and minds from before the war, and I've thought a lot about, especially being Middle Eastern, how to untangle this issue with the current conflict. You can't entirely untangle it, but in some ways you can. And, every Catholic, in our real lives, most of us are not advising Bibi on politics, right? But we do have our Jewish neighbors and our Jewish students and our schools and our communities. And I think one of the problems I see in this very digital world is that we have decided we have to all become social media influencers, commentators, and have geopolitical nuance and stances sorted out. But really, in my little life, I just have a small life. It's a limited life where I meet real people and have real Jewish friends. And as Jonathan mentioned, which I was so grateful he did, this is a sin and a stain on my soul and on the souls of my fellow Catholic and Christian brothers and sisters. And so to keep us back into real life, real actual community, what influence do I have? So nobody's asking anyone to become to solve the Middle Eastern conflict. But I just wanted to see if you had any further thoughts on that. Those are the things that I've been obsessively thinking about for the last couple of years.
I want to just share, I began by thanking some of my teachers and friends, and I want to end by offering another note of gratitude on a much grander theological scale, because I think that as a Jewish person, I'm looking out in the world and seeing something that is genuinely new under the sun. I think unprecedented in the long history of the Jews. I know that the metastasizing anti-Semitism, especially in online spaces, especially among the lonely and the suffering, is a real thing. And yet I also know that for perhaps the first time in history, there are millions of Christian friends that do not feel that way and feel the opposite. So many millions, in fact, that perhaps for the first time in history, there are now more Christians who care about the fate of the Jews than there are Jews. This is a blessed moment to be alive. And I want to just end by thanking Philos and thanking those people who are standing shoulder to shoulder together with us.
Yeah, I would just say I'm really grateful to see so many people who are like-minded. Really, ever since probably about 9 months ago, I can't remember how long it was, I started feeling the heat on social media when I chose to publicly respond to the Christ is King controversy. People sharing the slogan, Christ is King, which of course there is nothing wrong with the phrase Christ is King, he is King. Just like there is nothing wrong with the Arabic phrase, Allahu Akbar. It's just an Arabic that means God is great, and he definitely is. The problem is when a particular phrase becomes adopted as a slogan for a particular community bent on hatred and violence. Allahu Akbar if it's co-opted by Islamist terrorist organizations, and Christ is King if it's co-opted by Christian anti-Semites who use it as a wink and nod slogan to to facilitate many of their other ideas of denigrating Jews or oppressing them and things like that. So, I mean, it's something that I've seen and I've gotten flack online about. And the thing, honestly, I don't really care what people who oppose me. I'm not hurt by the people who oppose me saying mean things. You know, you hear that your whole life as a kid. You know, when you got Jewish curly hair, people always trying to like stick stuff in it. You know, there's always people coming after you. The thing that made me more sad is not the people attacking; it's the silence of people I thought would be helping. That's the thing that makes me more sad. Of other Catholics who be like, well, it's not my thing, or I don't think it's that big of a problem. My answer is it doesn't take much. It doesn't take much. I think that of all the general population, the percent of people who believe totally radical transgender ideology is comparably small, but they have had a disproportionate impact on society to cause harm to others. Even if percentage-wise, you know, people who are viciously anti-Semitic is a small number confined to the internet, they can have a disproportionately large outcome in society and cause harm, including great harm. And just to be those Catholics and Christians who will stand up. I think about the new film that came out, Bonhoeffer, for example, the work of Dietrich Bonhoeffer for Protestants, or looking at Catholics, those who are willing to stand up with truth. I love the witness in the Middle Ages. In the 14th century, you had the Black Plague, which, you know, if something bad happens, it's the Jews' fault, okay? And it's like, oh, well, they're poisoning wells. But you had Pope Clement and his physician coming out, the Pope writing in official letters saying very clear-headedly, come on, people, how could the Jews be causing this when their own communities are devastated by this? Or don't say the Jews commit blood libel when it's just fairly common children go missing sometimes, even around Passover. So to have lay people, but especially the clergy and the magisterium, to respond with graciousness, and not just gracious platitudes, but to put forward sound, cogent arguments to say why anti-Semitism is dumb. That's something I would hope we would see more in the future.
Thank you. Last thought. It's been an honor to share the dais with Trent and with Jonathan Silver. I agree with Jonathan wholeheartedly that something historic is happening here and has been happening here, and I look forward to watching it unfold over the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Trent. Thank you to our panelists. If you want to give them a round of applause. We'll take a 10-minute break, and we'll start up again at 3 p.m. Thank you.
Thanks for your answers. Good to meet you. Good to meet you too, sir. Well, we want you. You have more to say about this than I do. Okay. Here. Yeah, we don't have, you only have one. Get gold.
Oh, they got
Oh, they got it. Okay.
We are now going to transition. Historical look at Catholics and anti-Semitism. This discussion will examine the historical roots and evolution of Catholic anti-Semitism, providing context for our current challenges. Our panelists include Dr. Russ Hittinger from the Institute of Human Ecology and Dr. Richard Crane from Benediction College. Dr. Russell Hittinger is the Executive Director of the Institute for Human Ecology at the Catholic University of America. From 1996 to 2019, Dr. Hittinger was the incumbent of the William K. Warren Chair of Catholic Studies at the University of Tulsa, where he was also a research professor in the School of Law. On September 8, 2009, Pope Benedict XVI appointed Professor Hittinger as an ordinarius in the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences, in which he finished his 10-year program in 2019. A prolific writer, Dr. Hittinger's most recent work is On the Dignity of Society, a book on Catholic social teaching and the natural law. Dr. Richard Crane is a professor of history at Benediction College in Atkinson, Kansas. A former visiting fellow at the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, he is the author of Passion of Israel, Jacques Maritain, Catholic Conscience and the Holocaust. His research interests include World War II, the Holocaust, and Catholic-Jewish relations since 1945. His articles, book reviews, and essays have appeared in such periodicals as the Catholic Historical Review, Studies in Christian-Jewish Relations, Patterns of Prejudice, and Theological Studies, as well as America and First Things. Once again, our moderator is Simone Riscola from the Philos Project.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Dr. Crane, Dr. Hittinger, for being here for our second panel. Thank you, all of you, for continuing to be with us today. On April 26, 1933, Hitler declared to the German Bishops' Conference, "I have been attacked because of my handling of the Jewish question. The Catholic Church considered the Jews pestilent for 1,500 years, put them in ghettos, because it recognized the Jews for what they were. In the epoch of liberalism, the danger was no longer recognized. I am moving back toward the time in which a 1,500-year-long tradition was implemented. I do not set race over religion, but I recognize the representatives of this race as pestilent for the state and for the church, and perhaps I am thereby doing Christianity a great service by pushing them out of schools and public functions." End quote. This was, in the words of Father Martin Ronheimer, who is an Opus Dei priest of a Jewish background, when he wrote an article for First Things in 2003 entitled "The Holocaust, What Was Not Said." So I will pose this question to the both of you. And perhaps it's an unfair and somewhat impossible question. Why is this aspect of our history, that anti-Semitism is deeply rooted in Christendom, so little known? and by implication that the church is guilty of sins of omission when it comes to setting up the cultural soil for the racist anti-Semitism of Nazi ideology, which eventually led to the Holocaust.
I'll start. Good afternoon. I'm not the first person to. Oh, can you hear me? Oh, yep. I'm not the first person up here to say I'm not a theologian. I'm actually glad I'm a history professor instead, because my discipline is, aside from being inherently wonderful, is always open to revision. Yeah. And my own take on the topic we're about to discuss. I have, I won't say evolved. I haven't grown arms where there were fins, but my views have developed. And there are three big ways in which, as a historian, I've come to look a little differently, or maybe in a more nuanced way, at the question of historic anti-Semitism / anti-Judaism. So three changes that I've undergone in the last 10 or 20 years. First of all, I don't have the kind of faith I used to have in the inherent separateness of theological anti-Judaism and modern racist anti-Semitism. Now, granted, anti-Semitism as a word, some of you may know, it's still a fairly young word as words go. It was coined in 1879 by a polemicist named Wilhelm Marr, and we can I think make the error of saying that, well, until there was a word anti-Semitism, there wasn't such a modern biologically driven race hatred. I think, as I'll talk about in a few minutes, I think we can see the roots, at the very least, in the Middle Ages. So I don't subscribe to the idea that we can neatly separate a long-term traditional theological anti-Judaism from a modern racist anti-Semitism. And I think sometimes we have, as Catholics, made that error in overemphasizing a distinction. There is the 1998 papally endorsed document, We Remember, a Reflection on the Shoah, which really does emphasize that the Holocaust was primarily the product of a neo-pagan Nazi regime, and that Christians, Catholics, were through error or unwittingly drawn into this machinery of death, but that there is a certain distancing from a long-term past that I think demands continued study and reflection. One of my own exemplars, Jacques Maritain, the famous Catholic philosopher, believed that anti-Judaism and anti-Semitism were essentially different. I think there's been much more of an interplay. As a historian who I admire named Donald Dietrich has said, anti-Judaism was a necessary, if not sufficient, prerequisite for the Holocaust. A second area in which I've developed, and this is particularly a pitfall as a teacher of freshman World Civ, is an overemphasis on dates. So familiar dates in the history of Christian-Jewish relations: 70 AD, the destruction of the temple, allegedly the beginning of the Jewish diaspora, which it was of course not, but also the beginning of the parting of the ways between Christianity and Judaism. 313, the Edict of Milan, when Constantine and his Eastern counterpart Licinius granted toleration to Christianity, and Christianity is now on its way from a persecuted sect to becoming the dominant religion of the Roman Empire. Or for that matter, speaking of the Roman Empire, 476 AD, the fall of the Roman Empire in the West, the end of imperial authority, and the beginning of the increasing authority of what will come to be known formally as the papacy. I think those dates are key dates, but in terms of the relationship between the church and the synagogue, we have a much more gradual and fluid development that is still changing into the Middle Ages. So we don't not immediately go from late antiquity to the prejudice and the frankly culture of contempt that existed in the Middle Ages. And thirdly, particularly with Jewish participants in this conference. A third area in which I've kind of remedied some very unnuanced thoughts is in having what one Jewish historian has called a lachrymose conception of Jewish history, that our coming to terms with a certain past within the Catholic Church can lead us to view Jews simply as victims who have merely existed as objects of Christian spite and contempt, without an appreciation, and this is a very important legacy of Vatican II and Nostra Aetate, without recognizing Jews as having a living religion, an ongoing relationship with God, and historically speaking, agency. So with that in mind, I'll turn the mic back to my colleague Russ. But suffice to say, I think that when we look at the Christian-Jewish past, we have to look at the complexity of a rather gradual separation of the church and the synagogue, and a gradual development of Christian prejudice by the High Middle Ages that by the Late Middle Ages really does bear some signs centuries ahead of time of what we would call modern anti-Semitism.
Having grown up in the 50s and into the 60s, my answer to your question, no problem, we won World War II. I mean, that's how I was raised. Military family on both sides, by the way. Problem is over, we won. Which was an easy position for an 11-year-old to take, right? 11-year-old kids today wouldn't even think of it. Now, I do want to talk about two mysteries, certainly two questions. Why did it take the church so long to write two declarations, which are rather small, on problems that had been hounding the church for 1,000 years? Why did it take so long? And why did they turn out to be two of the three shortest documents of the council? Sounds suspicious. I think I could convince you that's not suspicious. It was very prudent how this was done. The second mystery is, I'll begin with the second one.
Yes.
I've got to really talk into the microphone. Okay, I got it. Because I'm talking in my head, not to the microphone. Okay. The suffix dom, we say Christendom, of course, it depends on the Latin for domus. It's a place people live. Christendom is not just an ideology or a theology, it's the places where Christians live. Not Muslims, not Jews, not Vikings. It's where Christians live. And some of them are cities, some of them are realms. And even with the Islamic world, we share this notion. Where there's a domus, or a domicile, where people of a certain religion live, by and large, people who are not of that religion are only allowed in that domus if they are traders or if they are diplomats. By the way, Muslim cities and domains were organized exactly the same way. You don't just waltz into an Islamic domain. Those cities, those places are designed for life, architecture of people that have the same religion. Even their armies are organized according to the domus, whatever it happens to be. And here's the mystery. When Jews came into Christendom, even from its earliest stirrings, and 8th, 9th century about. They did not enter Christendom with armies or navies. Everyone else came in with armies and navies. Vikings came in with navies, and basically a Marine Corps is what the Vikings had. They could land and take towns and provinces. When the Moors, the Muslims came, they came with armies and navies, very good ones, by the way. You know that the walls around St. Peter's in Rome were not there to keep out German barbarians. They were to keep out Muslims who were doing raids, even up the Tiber. Or they were just pirates. Jews did not come in as pirates. They did not come in as Moors. They did not come in as Vikings. And so here is the mystery. In one way, they were the least dangerous. And they immigrated in all over what we call the old domain of Christendom. But they were the most persecuted. This is truly a heavy thing to say. By the way, by and large, they were invited in because they brought skills that were necessary to those domains, scientific, economic, and so forth. They, however, were the most deeply and persistently persecuted people. You know, we never persecuted Vikings. And I'm not even sure we persecuted very deeply Muslims until the very end of the 15th century in Spain, where they're expelled. But we persecuted Jews. And I've thought for all of my adult life that this is a terrible question, because it's obvious what the answer is. It was anti-Judaism, for sure. I don't think people of the 8th and 9th century were as hung up about racial things, to be perfectly honest. But about religion, yes. And so they were aliens, resident aliens of a different religion living among us. Us, well, a long time ago, to be sure. And so, why did it take so long? Because there's an obvious moral question and theological question that has to be resolved. Why do we have to begin with two rather short documents of the Second Vatican Council? That is Dignitatis Humanae and Nostra Aetate. By the way, they're published at the very last moment of the Vatican Council. George can correct me. I think the last day, the very last day. They were worked on very, very diligently because they were, each of them, potentially explosive documents. Now, I can give an answer that will save the innocence of the council on why the two most politically explosive documents would be held up to the very last day. There's a good reason. And I'll just do it quickly, and it's this. There are different kinds of documents that have juridical and legal status going back hundreds of years. So a constitution is different than a declaration. Well, let me give the American example. In July 1776, representatives of the different colonies signed a declaration, a declaratio according to accepted, both continental and English. Legal experience is always a message to an outsider to make a declaration. Our Declaration of Independence is not a constitution. We wouldn't have a constitution for another decade. We had an alliance of state governments that was eventually abandoned. A constitution is always for the inside. So the constitutions and decrees of the Second Vatican Council have to do with the church. They're called constitutions. Or the church in the modern world, Gaudium et Spes. Or Dei Verbum, a constitution on divine revelation in Scripture. Okay. Those are inside baseball. They are written by and for the church. Okay. Declarations are for outsiders, even though it's only insiders talking. So when our representatives met in Philadelphia in 1776, they were all insiders. But they were written for, does anyone remember who was addressed? No, the whole world, the world. This was issued for the world. The conscience, the good conscience of the world. Because we're not insiders with the world. We're only insiders because we're all colonialists. Okay. So this is exactly the model that was being followed at Vatican II. Time-tested, centuries old. The title of a document used to mean something. So they issued 3 declarations, one on education, one on relations with non-Christian religions, and then one on religious liberty. It was religious freedom and the non-Christian religions that were carefully written. Maybe even too carefully. I like Nostra Aetate the best because they managed to keep it to 2 pages. And 2 pages long. You could read Nostra Aetate in 15 minutes, easy. Okay. Dignitatis a little more because this one had even more ramifications, politically and legally and theologically for the church. Interestingly, when they wrote Dignitatis Humanae, by the way, they had to incorporate 2,000 corrections. The General Council kept on getting reports from the committee on this document and parts of the document and insisted on corrections. 2,000 corrections are represented in the final document, which you can read in a half an hour. If you're college educated, you can read that in a half an hour. So they proceeded carefully. And here's an interesting thing they had to do with religious liberty. Besides say that we're not in the business of suppressing it anymore. The original part 1 of Dignitatis was actually scriptural, biblical, and theological. That is, it was from an inside point of view about what we think theologically about the church's status in the world and whether the church is an armed force. Yeah, ouch. And part 2 was to be a message to the world that we want everyone to hold a position of appropriate legal and constitutional protections of religious liberty. And not at the very last minute, but in the last year of formulating this, they had to switch them. Because the obvious issue came up, why would you defend the church's religious liberty first if this is going to be a declaratio to everyone? So they made the general argument for religious liberty, the first part, and the church, the second part, as an act of a kind of humility, or at least a humility in the face of a bad track record going backwards. Okay. And by the way, it was the right decision to make, even though philosophically, well, at least theologically, they were right to have the church first. But that's the kind of thing you do in constitutions and decrees. Remember, this is to be a declaratio. And so they finished their work on Nostra Aetate, as I say, in 2 pages. It's remarkably smart. That is not just what they say, but how they ended up saying it in 2 pages. And there is another question that I'll return to later about what they say. Okay, here you go, Simone.
Question 2. What prompted the church fathers, particularly St. John Chrysostom, to de-emphasize Pauline theology? St. Paul's epistle of the Romans, chapters 9 to 11, exhorts Christians to not relate to their fellow Jews in Judaism with arrogance, to recognize that they are the root of the faith to which we have been grafted on, and that the covenant, the gifts, and the calling of the Jews has not been superseded nor revoked. So we have the scriptures, which are mysterious, but still there it is. We have official church teaching, but then we have problematic teaching in the form of, non-binding, let's say, non-canonical, and yet still very highly influential writings of the church fathers, as well as the collusion between the church and the state, church councils that made life difficult and often dangerous for Jews. Can you help us make sense of this scandal and this mark on our history?
Yeah, perfect for you.
There's a long answer to that. I'm going to try to be concise. So when I teach the Holocaust class at Benediction College, one of our first week of class, we look at some primary sources, and these primary sources include St. John Chrysostom, his homily against Christians participating in the, quote, wicked and unclean feast of the Jews, end quote, as well as over 500 years later, a declaration or a statement by Pope Gregory X, I believe, denouncing the blood libel, denouncing the Christian superstition that Jews celebrate Passover by crucifying a little Gentile boy and draining his blood. And then they read Martin Luther, about 500 years after that, his infamous screed on the Jews and their lies. So, as they say on Facebook, it's complicated in terms of the conflicted way that Christians, that the church has viewed Jews throughout history. Now, when we're talking about the time of late antiquity, we're moving out of a classical world where religious orthodoxy was not the norm. Jews stuck out in that sense, rather religious syncretism was the norm. So someone like St. John of the Golden Tongue was really worried about Judaizing Christians. More about that in a moment. But first, the quote-unquote Pauline or Pauline theology. So Vatican II, something wonderful in Nostra Aetate chapter 4 is that we are reminded of that thought from St. Paul, who was himself born a Jew and considered himself always to be a son of Israel, like Jesus and the apostles, of which he counted himself one after the fact, were the idea that Christians, that the church is but a wild branch grafted onto a true vine, and that has restored to an extent a certain amount of respect, not to mention humility, in how Christians, how Catholics in particular, view, as St. John Paul II put it, their elder brothers, and I'd add sisters, in the faith. Now, that doesn't mean that doesn't mean that there isn't some ambiguity, if not ambivalence, in St. Paul to begin with. After all, coming from a Pharisaic background and calling himself an apostle after the fact, that's an interesting position for him to be in. And the way he writes about those who are following the Jesus movement and those who remain wedded to what the emerging rabbinic Judaism, I'll take an example from, Simone mentioned Romans 9 to 11. Just to read two verses. In respect to the gospel, talking about Jews, they are enemies on your account. But in respect to election, they are beloved because of the patriarchs. And the next sentence is crucial. For the gifts and call of God are irrevocable. So I'm no theologian, as I've told you, and I'm still working on being a good historian, but there's a lot to unpack in those two simple. So we have a sense of Jews, in a sense, being, for Christians, our enemies. We also have a sense that they're blessed by God and that God doesn't take back his gifts. And it has taken the church a long time to do justice to that. And what did Paul call this? He called this ultimately the mystery of Israel. So it's not something that at this meeting or any other meeting we're going to work out in an afternoon. It has both a historical and even more so an eschatological dimension. But Paul wrote other things that we could see, at least taken in isolation, that are kind of harsh about Jews. He writes in 1 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 15, about the Jews, and I quote, the Jews who killed both the Lord Jesus and the prophets and persecuted us, end quote. So as Christians, we have to deal with these scriptures in their totality with the help of the magisterium and responsible theologians. So the point I'm making, Simone, is that what we call the adversos Judaeos tradition, that was forged by church fathers like St. John of the Golden Tongue, selectively drew on Scripture, but it did nonetheless draw on Scripture. And again, his invective is primarily directed at Judaizing Christians more than Jews themselves. In fact, as we get into the 5th century and beyond, we are seeing the separation of Christianity and Judaism, or rabbinical Judaism, as definitive religions. But the church and the synagogue are still in the same polis, they're still in the same marketplace, and frankly, they're still in competition. I was blessed to go on a Philos project trip to the Holy Land this winter, and one place we went was Capernaum on the north shore of the Sea of Galilee. And we got to go to the synagogue at Capernaum where Jesus taught. And we got to look at those archaeological ruins. But we also got to see the excavation of the first Christian church in Capernaum. And they're about as far apart as the length of this room. So that is something that struck me, is that in the patristic period, in late antiquity, before the flowering of medieval Christendom, Christianity and Judaism were, to use the colloquial expression, in each other's face. And we don't excuse what people like St. John wrote, but there is that context. Moreover, something else that was, I think, lost by the end of the Middle Ages was St. Augustine, who himself had a conflicted attitude towards Jews, kind of coining the idea of Jews as a witness people. In other words, unlike your Muslims, unlike your Vikings, we in medieval Christendom actually need Jews. Why? Because, well, 2/3 of our Bible is Jewish. Our Lord and Savior was Jewish. His mother and the apostles were Jewish. And also, Jews serve by their rejection of the Christ as a witness to what happens when we don't have faith in God through Jesus Christ. So the idea, it was vulgarized as you may despise them and persecute them, but do not slay them. Of course, by the time we get to the Crusades, that admonition, that controlled, measured contempt that was part of a Christian order is lost. But it takes centuries to get there. And in the course of the Middle Ages, by the time we get to the Spanish Reconquista and the Inquisition seeking to root out false converts, conversos, and the law of the limpieza de sangre, the blood test, the idea that Jewishness is perhaps an irrevocable and unchangeable trait, that evolution happens within Christian Europe. But it takes an awful long time. And I would argue throughout that period, it's less a forgetting of the scripture as a selective implementation of it.
Good answer.
Thank you.
Thanks for saying that, because I'm holding back. All right. Dr. Crane, I'll address this question to you. There were obviously holy men and women, saints like St. Isidore and St. Gregory the Great, who were lights in dark periods. But it seems to me there were also a few good men and women like Jacques Maritain, who really did change the course of history by influencing men like Pope Paul VI and most especially Pope St. John Paul the Great. Will you tell us a little bit about his significance, about the significance of Jacques Maritain and really changing the way that the church understands and relates to Jews and Judaism?
I am going to unabashedly work from a crib sheet, not because I need help saying anything about Jacques Maritain, but I need help not expressing it in 208 pages. If you're interested in that expression, I did see a copy or two or three of that book out there. So Jacques Maritain is, a lot of people know him as perhaps the most famous and influential exponent of Thomism, of Thomist philosophy, not as a fossilized scholastic manual, but as a philosophy and theology of being in the world and beyond the world, in modernity in particular. So making Thomism an enduring approach to not just understanding theological or philosophical abstractions, but the challenges of the modern world. And he was very much an influence on Vatican II. Pope Paul VI, who called Maritain mio maestro, my teacher, honored Maritain by handing him the letter that was drafted to intellectuals and scientists. So he was, in fact, he even behind the scenes was offered a cardinal's cap, which he declined. He was nearing the end of his life. So Maritain, a very influential thinker in his own right, was also someone who went through an incredible evolution in his view of Jews and Judaism that in the long run turned out to be influential on the Catholic Church and helped to influence the approach in Nostra Aetate. But it took a long time for him to get there. So Jacques Maritain and his wife Raisa, who was herself, her family were refugees from the Russian pogroms. They both converted to Catholicism in the first decade of the 20th century in Paris, a very romantic and intellectually vibrant city, the City of Lights. So their conversion journey started with a suicide pact. So they're walking together in the Jardin des Plantes, and in thorough despair at the simply positivistic, scientistic, almost nihilistic teaching that they were receiving at the Sorbonne, where the very word truth could only be said with ironic scare quotes. This is from Raisa's memoir. Does it sound familiar in terms of the university? being closed to questions of truth and being. Thankfully, they did find truth and goodness and beauty in the Catholic Church. But this was an interesting time to become a Catholic in 20th century France. This was in the wake of the Dreyfus Affair, which saw a lot of Christian bigotry as well as more modern racial anti-Semitic bigotry. And also there was a very convulsive separation of church and state, which was really a hostile series of secularization laws pushed by the French Third Republic. So French Catholicism was in defense mode, was in fortress mode, and this is also the time of Pope Pius X and the anti-modern oath, etc. So Maritain gravitated towards what we would call right-wing and ultra-nationalist doctrines, in France typified by the so-called Action Française, which was both a monarchist and an anti-Semitic organization. So Maritain could write in the early 1920s the following: Jews, Jewish intrigues, and the Jewish spirit can be found at the origin of most revolutionary movements in the modern era. This sounds like some things that Jonathan and Trent were mentioning in the last panel, right? The idea that Jews control the world and anything bad in the world, the Jews are clearly behind it. But Maritain, in part under the discipline of Pope Pius XI, who banned the ultimately secular nationalist movement Action Française and forbade Catholics to participate in it, Maritain didn't do quite a 180, but he rethought the intersection of the spiritual and the temporal. And as he, let's say, warmed up to modern ideas of at least potentially entertaining democracy and pluralism, he also became very much an avowed anti-fascist. This is the 1930s that we're getting into, and also was horrified by the anti-Semitism of blood that was directed against so many millions of Jews in Eastern and Central and Western Europe, including his own wife, Raisa. So Maritain goes from being almost an anti-Semite, I would say not quite, to a philo or philo-Semite, depending on how you want to pronounce it. Now, one theorist of anti-Semitism and philo-Semitism says that in some ways philo-Semitism is almost as bad as its evil twin, because it tends to look at Jews as an essentialized body rather than as individual people, and can also, in a positive, idealizing way, contain stereotypes. But Maritain seek to move beyond that kind of generic philo-Semitism and really thought hard about what St. Paul was saying about the relationship, the necessary relationship between Christians and Jews. And he's thinking through this tortured history and this unresolved theology at a time when the Holocaust is beginning. The Holocaust is happening. So how does our God and the God of Israel allow this to happen? For Maritain, this was the veritable passion of Israel, that Jesus was suffering and dying with his fellow Jews. And he believed, influenced by some Jewish thinkers and his dear friend, the painter Marc Chagall. How many of you have seen a painting by Marc Chagall? He did several where Jesus is crucified, and the Jesus who is crucified is wearing the talit, and in other words, it's a Hasidic or it's an observant traditional Jew who's up there on the cross. So Maritain saw a crucifixion of the Jews, a passion of Israel, that was at its heart an attempt to destroy the people of Jesus, that there was a Christophobia at work. And he believed, and I think this was Jonathan who said it in the last panel, that anti-Semitism is not just a problem for Jews, although in the 1940s it was a horrific problem. It is a matter, and I quote, of life and death for Christians. It is as he put it, the fifth column in the Christian soul. So after the war, he was the ambassador, the French ambassador to the Vatican. He sought to get Pope Pius XII to issue an encyclical, once and for all condemning anti-Semitism. Pope Pius XII, always prudent, diplomatic, measured in his language, and of course there's considerable debate about that kind of circumspection during the Holocaust itself. Nonetheless, even after the Holocaust, didn't think it was time, didn't see it as his place to issue that kind of a definitive statement. However, Maritain was overjoyed, at least in a measured sense, at Nostra Aetate, that Russ has been talking about and we'll talk about more. But he thought it was just the beginning. Because, of course, Nostra Aetate, it deplores, even though it doesn't condemn anti-Semitism, it refutes the deicide charge, but there are still other areas of Catholic, Jewish, and Christian Jewish dialogue that still needed and still need considerable work, including, by the time Nostra Aetate came out, we have had a state of Israel for a decade and a half. It would take until 1993, as I think you know, for the Vatican to recognize the state of Israel. And Catholic attitudes towards Israel and towards Zionism are still a work in progress, and it's not easy work. And also the Holocaust. As I mentioned earlier, it took until 1998 for there to be a definitive Catholic statement about the Holocaust or the Shoah. And I frankly stated how I see that as a work in progress, and how that is a little problematic and still over distinguishing between anti-Judaism and anti-Semitism. But we're still at work. Jacques Maritain, his whole life was a life of conversion. And we Catholics live a life of conversion, not as a shining moment, but as a continued good work, just like the work between Catholic and Jews is a continued work, and it is the good work. So that's all I'm going to say about Maritain.
I want to go back to your first question, which is about Chrysostom and St. Paul. So here's a stab at it. I wouldn't recommend my position on this 100%, but you can learn a lot if you pretend as though it's true. Okay. It's called Imperium. Chrysostom lived when Christians got their hands on the golden trophy. They had Imperium, like the Caesars. St. Paul didn't. That's a huge difference. And Augustine, because he was a North African, tended to side with the anti-imperial point of view, because North Africans were the most deeply persecuted by the last persecution of Diocletian. Montanus, Donatus. Augustine's very savvy, very careful on Imperium. He does kind of say, well, God must have intended it because it happened, but it's dangerous. So once you have Imperium, you have many benefits of trade, of wealth, military force, and just the good old satisfaction of chomping up a bit more of the world to bring into your Imperium. But you know, the church in the West lost it for 400 years, but they got it back. Yeah, they got it back. His name is Pepin, whose son was Charlemagne. And Pepin gave to the papacy, smack in the middle of Italy, an army that defeated all of the pirates and the raiders and the Greeks coming in. And it was not called Papal States back then. It was called Patrimonium Petri. He gave it to St. Peter, but let the Pope run it. And now you have contiguous geographical territory that has to be protected. All sorts of things follow from that. Enough wealth to be able to pay for the missions in the western part of Europe. How do you think those monasteries had graveyards and properties and so forth? From the wealth the papacy was deriving from the gift to St. Peter. That great missionary effort, and eventually they get imperium with Charlemagne. And that model was always the preferred model. By the way, the East never gave it up until they had to. The Western Church kind of got one around the 9th century, and they weren't going to give it up easily. And tucked inside that empire are papal states. And Peter's not going to give those up once he has them. They all have armies. They all have imperial insigniae. They dressed that way. If I have to give an explanation of what changes around the 5th century, is that Catholic Christianity, whether it's East or West, whether it's Roman or the new Rome in Constantinople, they like it. They like imperium. Remember, imperium goes all the way through 19th century Germany. The Third Reich was the Third Imperial Order, right? Charlemagne, Bismarck, National Socialism. Everyone dresses, even in the movies, people dress like they're imperial, right? That Coen Brothers movie is really brilliant on this. But so this makes the whole religious liberty problem dicey. First of all, there's going to be a tendency to a uniform policy that will be backed by force. On the other hand, it gives enormous benefit to the church because the church is still missionary. Okay. There was a time about the mid-Middle Ages to late Middle Ages when they had so much of what they needed, they stopped being missionary. But then they discovered the New World and the missions began again, and they needed money. And guess who had the money? Not rich monasteries. The sovereigns, the Catholic sovereigns. The King of Spain had money, and he quickly becomes imperial. He adopts the imperium. This makes the religious liberty issue extremely difficult. And by the way, not only did Catholics persecute Jews, they persecuted other Christians too. I mean, it's a fantastically gory history, actually. I think of a Vincent Price movie on some of it. But so if you don't understand both the benefits and the constraints of religion coming to have imperium, and now not just some pagan mystery religion, but a biblical religion having imperium, you don't know how to sort through these issues. And it's not a mere coincidence that when Rome no longer has its states, and when the imperial regimes are biting the dust of World War I and II, that all of a sudden we come up with documents on religious liberty, right? It's not merely coincidental, because you have to rethink long patterns of behavior. And the church goes back to being missionary, a more authentically missionary operation. But I've already spoken too long. Here you go.
It's incredible. Before I ask my next question to you, Dr. Hittinger, I want to read, this is Jacques Maritain in his chapter on the mystery of Israel, quoting Maurice Samuel, because you mentioned it being pretty gory, and we can say this is a demonic, right?
Well, it's the Song of Roland. I read it every year. But I don't count myself as reading demonic literature, no.
We shall never understand, Mr. Maurice Samuel says, the maniacal worldwide seizure of anti-Semitism unless we transpose the terms. It is of Christ that the Nazi fascists are afraid. It is of his omnipotence that they believe. it is him that they are determined madly to obliterate. But the names of Christ and Christianity are too overwhelming, and the habit of submission to them is too deeply ingrained after centuries and centuries of teaching. Therefore, they must, I repeat, make their assault on those who were responsible for the birth and spread of Christianity. They must spit on the Jews as the Christ killers, because they long to spit on the Jews as the Christ givers. End quote. Dr. Hittinger, I find, and you noted very astutely, kind of the practical historical reasons for why, now we're ready for these documents. But I'm happy that I'm born in a time that they were written. And I'm a survivor of a lot of silly expressions, of fake interpretations of Vatican II. And despite having survived a lot of the silliness and a lot of the bad catechesis, I'm very grateful to be born post Second Vatican Council. I'm really moved by how the council talks about the theology of the laity, confronting modern men and women, the feminine genius, the relationship with the Eastern Catholic churches, as I am an Eastern Catholic, and of course our relationship to Jews and Judaism and non-Christian religions. I'm really grateful for all of that, and I take it for granted. Can you tell us, Dr. Hittinger, you've already talked a lot about the Declaration, but to return to it, Nostra Aetate means in Latin, in our time. So there's like this prophetic call, this prophetic dimension to it, and why it was absolutely necessary and should not be dismissed as it has been dismissed, quite frankly.
Yes, a couple of things about the document. So not all religions are mentioned in this document. It begins with the axial age religions. That is, religions that are not magic. And we're speaking about Hindu, Buddhist, and Jewish. So the first 40% of the document is looking very kindly and graciously at the importance of these axial age religions. No magic. So the notion of the unseen deity is brought to the fore, to use their own words. And they have good things to say about them all. But Muslims and Christians are like great-grandchildren of that, because neither Islam or Christianity is an axial age religion. At least not what that term has meant for more than a century. Axial age goes from about 8th century BC until maybe 3rd or 2nd century BC. In a way, we're more dynamical religions, Islam and Christianity, but not axial age. Then the document pauses. This is how I recommend reading it. And they move directly to the relationship to Judaism. And by the way, most of these documents of Vatican II are not translated into English very well. But this document is serviceable, but they use over and over again the word bond. That we are, as Christians, bonded to the Jews, which is something more like a domus. We come out of the same household. Okay. And these terms are used with great affection. So they call the three axial age, and then Christianity and Islam, they call them conspicuous religions. And I think that simply means they're the great ones that have had international impact and still exist, right? So there's a recognition and esteem for the Jewish religion to which we are in many ways bonded. And that word bond means something to Catholics. So, for example, you make a marriage bond. In my condo association, we do not have a bond. I can guarantee you. We do have a legal document, that is for sure, but we are not bonded. A bond has to do with a social order that has a common end and a shared means of achieving it together. That word is not used with the other religions. It's in this document only used with Jews. And so they had to write this carefully. Notice how brief it is. The words were selected smartly. And so, how did they get away with not writing a longer document, since this is only a half a generation after World War II and Holocaust? And I'll tell you why. They had another document called Dignitatis Humanae, which treated at some length religious liberty. They didn't have to rehearse all of that in Nostra Aetate. They had a constitution on the church in the modern world. By the way, it's not modern world, it's huius temporis, these times. They over-ontologized the title in English. The Constitution Lumen Gentium on the nature of the church, and the Constitution on Dei Verbum, the Word of God. So they didn't have to replow all those things into Nostra Aetate. And I'm not even sure how they would have done it then. They would have had to have taken another decade to do that, to weave all of that together. But all those documents bring out different aspects of the question we're dealing with.
So I'd like to get to the Q&A from the audience, but briefly, final question. I don't think most Catholics are aware of the ins and outs of Jewish-Catholic relations of the last three popes, Pope Francis, Pope Benedict the 16th, and Pope St. John Paul II. And our friend George is going to speak about John Paul II in the closing keynote presentation tonight. But Dr. Crane, Dr. Hittinger, would you briefly comment about these pontifical histories in this regard?
I'm going to add one point to something Dr. Hittinger said first, if I don't mind. There's always a risk of following eloquence with pedantry, but here I go. When my colleague talks about the Christian-Jewish bond, the necessary bond from Nostra Aetate, historically, we need to remember that we have tried to do without that bond, and that was what I would call, if it was going to be a best-selling book today, the Marcion option. The heresy of Marcion, for anyone who doesn't know it, in the 2nd century, when Christian doctrines were still being worked out, when we were still working on what was in and what was not in the canon, Marcion, a convert to Christianity, wanted to purge the Bible of all of its bad Jewish stuff. In other words, basically leaving the Gospel of Luke and some of Paul's letters, and that's it. Nazi Germany, they established the Deutsche Christen Church, a Jew-free Christianity with an Aryan savior who was killed, of course, by you know who. So there always is that option.
One more.
Oh.
Augustine was such a man of Scripture, especially the Old Testament, what Christians call the Old Testament. He wrote commentaries on Genesis 1 3.5 times, and he was never satisfied. He got it quite right. And so Augustine was dealing with he dealt with Pelagius too, but he was dealing with the other Manichaeans. Okay, which were anti-Jewish. And I think this helps to explain why Augustine, on some of these topics that we think late 20th century, early 21st century Catholics have to deal with, you'll find strong resonance in Augustine, especially the later Augustine. You know who he claimed was the greatest saint before the coming of Christ? He insists on it, actually. Job. The book of Job, even though Job was not a Jew. You should read him in, just look in the index and find Job. You'll find his things, what he has to say about this.
So there is a segue from my hijacking of your question. So in the wake of there are several church documents in the wake of Nostra Aetate, including in 1974 a document about implementing Nostra Aetate in catechesis, where the heresy of Marcion is addressed. And I think, although my colleague and of course George Weigel, in terms of Saint JP2, will go into much greater detail. I think all of the popes of the new millennium have pointedly stated that there is no going back to the old misunderstandings of Christianity not having in its very identity, its self-identity, a sense of its Jewishness. And the covenantal relationship between Jews and Christians, which, as I think it was Trent in the first panel, said that can be tricky. We don't want to go to either extreme heretical pole of supersessionism and replacement theology on the one hand, or simply blithely as Christians relativizing Christian understanding of salvation, but all three of the millennial popes, I would say, have not only endorsed Nostra Aetate's continuing mission, but particularly in the case of John Paul II and Francis, back when he was an archbishop in Argentina, close friendships with Jews and mutual respect on a personal and theological level. And of course, I'm in awe. Simone mentioned the post-papal reflections of Pope Benedict XVI on De Judaeis. Yep. And simply, I'm personally in awe of that particular essay. So I think it's to the credit of the Catholic Church that the popes who have followed into the 21st century have not dropped that ball, which is a very much a layman's way for me to pass the microphone to someone who will put it better.
Thank you both so much. I do find that I'm excited to be, again, part of this historical moment that I'm glad was mentioned in panel one, because now what is the church going to look like when we really do, in our hearts and minds, regard our Jewish brothers and sisters? And I like Pope Benedict, what he says, as fathers in the faith. I like that even better than elder brothers, but fathers, Pope Benedict. And that document is incredible. I also find it very prophetic that the most recent doctor of the church, St. Irenaeus of Lyon, who was declared a doctor in 2021, is the guy that kept the Marcion heresy out and said that the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible, is part of our faith. So we will be bonded eternally. I messed up the Q&A. It's break time now. But this guy's happy. But we are receiving all of your questions via the Google form, and they will all be addressed, even if they're after the conference, either through the Beyond Rome podcast, or I'll just email you and email these guys. We will take every single question very seriously, but also check out Philos Catholic. We do have an FAQ on there. We have the Coalition of Catholics Against Antisemitism on there if you want to add your name. There's a lot of resources. There's a reading list, a book list. So yes, apologies that I messed up, but I think it was worth it to hear these guys the way that we did. And then we'll be back in 15 minutes for the third panel. Thank you so much. Thank you both so much.
Thank you.
discussion, our panelists will offer practical strategies and tools to address and combat anti-Semitism within Catholic circles. Our panelists are Maggie Phillips from Tablet Magazine, Catherine Jean Lopez from the National Review Institute, Phil Dolitsky from the Philos Project, James O'Reilly from the Philos Project. Maggie Phillips has authored the series Religious Literacy in America for Tablet Magazine, work made possible by a grant from the Arthur Vining Davis Foundations. A graduate of the College of the Holy Cross, her writing has appeared in America Magazine, Real Clear Investigations, Military Review, Military Spouse Magazine, Word on Fire, and ARC Magazine. She is a proud Army daughter, wife, and sister, and an even prouder mother of 3. Catherine Jean Lopez is a senior fellow at the National Review Institute, where she directs the Center for Religion, Culture, and Civil Society. She is also religion editor of National Review Magazine, where she has been on the editorial staff, including as editor of the National Review Online for over a quarter of a century. She is published widely in Catholic and secular publications and is also a nationally syndicated columnist with Andrews McMeel Universal. Lopez is author of A Year with the Mystics, Visionary Wisdom for Daily Living. She speaks frequently on faith in public life, virtue, and prayer. James O'Reilly is the Associate Director of Philos Catholic. He graduated from Christendom College with a BA in philosophy, focusing on the relationship between language, morality, and truth. In 2022, he founded The Broken Binnacle, a platform of writers seeking to revitalize American Catholic culture through writing, art, and the humanities, and to promote and share the Catholic faith. He is a proud native of the Shenandoah Valley. Philip Dolitsky is a strategic advisor at the Philos Project. He earned his bachelor's degree in history from Yeshiva University and his master's in international relations from American University. Prior to joining Philos, Philip worked at a national law firm doing research and analysis for several high-profile counterterrorism cases. In addition to his work at the Philos Project, Philip has published extensively on military strategy, military ethics, and national security, with his writings appearing in Chesterfield Strategy, Parameters, Military Strategy Magazine, and more. Welcome, panelists. And hopefully I won't mess up the Q&A on this one. Okay. So this panel is dedicated to practical strategies and tools to combat anti-Semitism within Catholic circles. One of the most gratifying parts of being in this space and doing this work is meeting Catholics, particularly those who come from Jewish families, who are more sensitive to the uptick within Catholic circles and who feel passionate about the Coalition of Catholics Against Anti-Semitism, which was launched at Franciscan University of Steubenville, Ohio in October 2023. Maggie, I'd like to begin with you. In your article for Word on Fire entitled, Christians Have an Obligation and a Way to Stop Anti-Semitism, what is the nature of this obligation? And what is the path that you propose?
Sure. First, thank you, Simone. Thank you to Philos, Catholic Information Center, and to all of the panelists for your wisdom and insight. I don't have the PhDs and master's degrees and impressive resumes of everybody here, but I have a BA in poli-sci from the College of the Holy Cross. I have been at Tablet since 2020, and I slept at a Holiday Inn Express last night. So I think hopefully I have enough, behind me to kind of opine on some of this. So yeah, I think, I would like to start with church leadership. Church leadership needs to be proactive in encouraging their priests to educate their congregations at a local level about all of the amazing things we talked about here today. I joked to someone earlier that I kind of feel like Buddy the Elf in Elf when he says he's just excited to meet another human who shares his affinity for elf culture. We're all here because I hear the word niche being used a lot. This shouldn't be niche. It should be something that we're happy to share. There's so much good insight and wisdom here and truth, right, that needs to be shared. And then being present can be things that I've done myself with folks from my parish and my kids' Catholic school, reaching out to our local Jewish community, going to a Shabbat dinner, coming to a service. And we learned so much, showing up in a spirit of humility and just being there. And I would say at a very basic level, there's some things you can do as lay Catholics without a degree, without a vast international relations experience. Be vigilant about the content that you and your kids are consuming online, what podcasts they're listening to. Have open conversations about those things. Ask questions. Make acts of reparation to the Sacred Heart for things that are happening that you see that you know aren't right. I love Jews so much that I pray to a Jewish guy every day. If you're Catholic, you believe that there is a Jewish heart in heaven, a real Jewish heart that beats with love for humanity and that is profaned every day. And so, take the first Friday starting this Lent to go and make acts of reparation to the Sacred Heart after Mass. And then we have to stop doing Catholicism versus anyone. That's not why you become Catholic. You don't become Catholic to own the libs. You don't become Catholic to own the cons, right? You become Catholic because you believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. So those are like some very basic things. But I'd like to circle back to my earlier point about church leadership. I guess when we talk about how we can lead Catholics away from falling over that precipice into anti-Semitism, my question would be, what Catholics? I think we've all seen the recently released Pew survey that showed that only 19% of Americans self-ID as Catholic, and of those, less than 1/3 attend Mass weekly. So you can have all the homilies about Nostra Aetate in the world, but there have to be ears to hear. And there's a precedent I would propose for the times we live in with new disruptive technology, everyone's Pontius Pilate asking what is truth, suspicion and hostility towards elites. We've been through this before in the early modern period, right? We had the Reformation. And what did the church do in a spirit of humility? It launched the Counter-Reformation. I think we misunderstand our times when we say we're receding to like neo-pagan times. I think really what we're living through, there's precedent more in the Reformation and the spirit of the Counter-Reformation. And that means taking seriously those factors that have led to the situation we're in today, in which 800 Catholics leave the faith for every 100 who come into the church. That's the worst leave-join ratio of any faith group in the Pew survey that produced that statistic. We love to talk about St. Teresa of Avila. I do too. She's one of my patrons, and we think of her as a mystic. And we focus less on the reality that she was also highly pragmatic, and her day job was really a lot of it focused on administrative and fiscal reform. So I heard a lot in the last panel about approaching our past in humility, about the things that maybe we've done that led us to call for religious liberty. I think we also are called to a spirit of penance for the fact that there are a lot of dioceses in New York that are bankrupt because they're paying out victims of child sex abuse. I think there are places that have difficulty, if you read the pillar, with financial issues, things like that, addressing it in a spirit of humility, again, with the spirit of the Counter-Reformation, because we need to be able to speak as people who have authority. I have a colleague at Tablet, Liel Leibovitz, who was on the America Magazine podcast, Jesuitical. And Liel, if I'm remembering correctly, described himself as a Catholic fanboy. And he said that the Catholic Church is, in his opinion, the last remaining bulwark for human dignity and freedom in the world. It's our last line of defense, and we have no other. This is coming from an observant Jewish man, and that should humble all of us deeply. So he called us all to believe that act like we believe in Jesus. He challenged the hosts of that podcast to give up moderation for Lent. And he said, if you really believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God and the Messiah, live like it. Live like there is a resurrected Jesus Christ in heaven that you have a personal relationship with. And what would the world look like if Catholics really lived like that? That, to me, got me so stoked. And there's a gettable middle. National Review, the most recent issue, I think, had a book review of a book called The Moderate Majority, Real GOP Voters, and the Myth of Mass Republican Radicalization by George Hawley. And it showed that most on the American right, you hear, if you're online a lot, you hear a lot about the new right and the new right and the new right. And Candace Owens is on Theo Vaughn and Stephen Smith. And that's all true. But the vast majority from the data that George Hawley found in his study is that most people find racism and anti-Semitism abhorrent. So our main task is just letting that moderate majority know that they need to speak up and confirm that they are the majority. There is a gettable middle out there, and I can go more in depth on that, but I think we should all take courage and heart from that and speak out as Catholics. And, Christ is king, but Jesus is real, and we need to live like it.
Amazing. Before I follow up with a question for you, just because you said spiritual reparation, Sacred Heart, I'm going to read something that Jacques Maritain, quoting Leon Bloy, wrote in that chapter on the mystery of Israel, and you can take this to your prayer time. Suppose that people around you should continually speak of your father and mother with the greatest scorn and treat them only to insults or outrageous sarcasm. How would you feel? Well, that is exactly what happens to our Lord Jesus Christ. We forget, or rather we do not wish to know, that our God made man as a Jew, in nature of the Jews of Jews, the line of Judah, that his mother is a Jewess, the flower of the Jewish race, that the apostles were Jews, as well as all the prophets, and finally, that our holy liturgy is altogether drawn from Jewish books. How then can we express the enormity of the outrage and the blasphemy which lie in vilifying the Jewish race? Anti-Semitism is the most horrible slap in the face suffered in the ever-continuing passion of our Lord. It is the most stinging and the most unpardonable because he suffers it on his mother's face at the hands of Christians. So my follow-up question to you. In 1985, the Vatican issued notes on the correct way to present Jews and Judaism in preaching and catechesis in the Roman Catholic Church, stating, and I quote, "Because of the unique relations that exist between Christianity and Judaism, linking together at the very level of their identity, relations founded on the design of God of the covenant, the Jews and Judaism should not occupy an occasional and marginal place in catechesis. Their presence there is essential and should be organically integrated," end quote. How does this Vatican statement inform the responsibility of clergy in ensuring that Judaism is organically integrated into Christian catechesis and preaching?
Sure, yeah. This is what we call in the Army community a command emphasis issue. Priests need to get out in front, give their parishioners a time and a place to show up and accompany their Jewish brothers and sisters and learn from them, to get to know both their priest and their Jewish neighbors. It requires the priest's wholehearted endorsement and presence. And if a parishioner brings the priest the idea, then that requires an enthusiastic response and a "how can I help" from the priest. Another thing that a priest can do is, the Catholic Church leadership more generally, and I talked about this in my Word on Fire article, is reclaiming the phrase social justice from politics and bringing it back where it originated, which is Catholic social teaching, and provide service opportunities that focus parishioners on their circle of influence rather than their circle of concern, which builds community and social trust. A lot of what people were saying about, these incels in their mom's basements, a lot of where that happens is they're more focused on their circle of concern, which can be as big as your whole world, and not their circle of influence, which is the people where you live. My grandfather passed away last year, and he had a circle of concern. I remember he had a pocket issue of the Constitution that he would take out and flip through when he was bored, But he was really focused on his circle of concern. He was very active in local politics. He was very active on his school board, on his village council, and his kids saw that, and his grandkids saw that, and they became law-abiding, productive citizens, right? And so I think that there's a lot priests can do to integrate Judaism and the Jewish origins of our faith, but also that's reminding Catholics that, hey, one thing that's in your circle of concern is there is probably a Jewish community in our town that has to have a cop car outside and the doors locked when they get together. And I think that's kind of instructive, because to go back to circle of influence and circle of concern, we're all very worried about things like anti-Catholicism. I've written about it myself, the rise in attacks on Catholic churches. The fact of the matter is, 20 minutes from my local Jewish congregation that gets together with a cop car on Friday nights, I can just waltz into my church anytime I want on Wednesday for adoration, and no one's going to bug me. I don't have to worry if I'm safe. I don't feel like I have to worry that I'm safe. So these are things that priests can do to make their Catholic community more aware of the fact that they have a responsibility to our Jewish brothers and sisters. I mean, the crucifix, what clearer sign do you need than the crucifix? Jesus was Jewish enough for the Romans who put this, he said that he's the king of the Jews on the crucifix. Is that not good enough for us? He is a Jewish man who was born of a Jewish woman. God chose the people of Israel. That's very special, and we should want to know more about it. And I go back to, this is a command emphasis issue.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to you, Catherine. You were a speaker at the conference at Franciscan University in October 2023. What was it like for you speaking at a conference on anti-Semitism, which was planned well before the Hamas attack? That was planned before the Hamas attack, and now that there's an uptick, that occurred after, so we were preparing for it before that happened. We had to kind of readjust, and now. So what was that like?
Well, a couple of things. I remember, first of all, that conference was providential because, as you say, it was planned in advance. And then all of a sudden, this horrific attack happens. And we have Jewish leaders and Catholic leaders meeting in Steubenville, Ohio. No offense if you're from there or went to Franciscan University. But it's hard to get to people to go to Steubenville, Ohio. They don't have an airport. You got to go to Pittsburgh. It's a little bit of a pain. And yet here we were. And what struck me at that time was, I remember, I'm like the worst reporter in the world because I hate going up to people, especially if you're like Speaker of the House and you're having a terrible day already. Everybody wants to talk to you. I don't want to go up to you. So when I'm on Amtrak and I see a man with a yarmulke and I'm thinking, do I say something to him or not? I asked some Jewish friends. They said, say something. Yeah. Just like, I'm so sorry. I remember just going up to people and saying, I'm so sorry, if they were obviously Jewish. And the gratitude, and that I remember that at the conference, the rabbis in particular, who were just so grateful. As they were telling stories, I remember there was one rabbi who was speaking there who leads a synagogue in New Jersey, and he was talking about, and I have Hasidic friends who were telling me the same thing, women. They were getting their gun licenses because they were so scared. And I'm talking about people who would have never gotten gun licenses in other circumstances. I was looking back at what I had prepared for that conference, and I was telling stories about walking through New York, and I guess when the attacks happened, I had forgotten I had COVID, a really bad cold version of COVID. And so I go out for a walk one day, and we had it kind of reminded me of 9/11 a little bit, because in New York City we had the missing posters. And so we had the missing posters after the attacks on Israel. And, I was a little out of it, and some man starts cursing. And, well, he was mad that there was a picture of a child who was missing, probably dead. He was mad because he was Jewish, the hatred. And I remember at the time, too, one night I went out, I saw there were twins who did turn out to be killed by Hamas after they were taken. And And the first day, just these precious, adorable twins. The next day, there were Hitler mustaches written on them. I mean, like, we do that? We do that? You know, get out a marker and... I have a mini obsession, and I talked about this at the Franciscan conference with the Auschwitz Memorial Twitter feed, or X feed, whatever we call it now. If you were born today, if you were murdered today, you know, this day in history, they'll show a picture of you and a little bio. There's so many children, so many children. Sometimes they have mothers and children. Usually you don't get father because the fathers were separated. And you see the faces, and I really do try to like stop and see the faces. And I was struck by something that Jonathan Silver said earlier, where he talked about how he worries about the anti-Semite, what anti-Semitism does to that human soul, right? Who gets out a marker, which is a benign, relatively speaking, version of anti-Semitism when you compare it to what they did to the Beavis children, for instance. And I assume, because you're here, that you know who the Beavis children are. But one thing I've been struck by is I posted a picture of these precious children and on Facebook, and I don't remember, I should go back so I remember, but I think I posted a praying hands emoji or something like that. It was as their bodies were about to be released, and it was in the news. And I had been getting up at weird hours watching the inhumane, disgusting ceremonies that they had when the Red Cross would take the bodies and bring them to Israel. And so, and then when they didn't even give the mom back, it was a random Gazan woman whose name I don't think we know. But so I post the picture on Facebook, and somebody congratulated me for adopting these two little boys. Other people just said, I don't know what's going on, but I'll pray for you, because I often post prayer intentions. I say this sometimes I was telling a story to some Jewish friends, and they said, again, the gratitude and the patience Jews have with Christians who are supposed to be Christian, as Maggie said. And obviously, if you don't know, you don't know, right? And people are busy, and that's what my Jewish friends say, about the Christians who aren't paying attention. But my point, and I think part of the reason we're having this conference, and I thank Philos and the Catholic Information Center for doing this, Franciscan before, is because we have to know, because it's happening in our time. And I would, going back to Jonathan's point about what anti-Semitism does to the anti-Semite, what it does to the polity, what it does to the culture. If we, as Christians, dehumanize our Jewish elder brothers, fathers, as you were saying, we'll dehumanize anybody. That's our spiritual family. We'd be nothing, as Maggie was saying. I got a bunch of medals here. There are a lot of Jews on my medals here. We got Mary and Jesus. And, who knows what apostles I have down there. But this is real. This is part of our identity. And we can't look away. And that Franciscan conference was, and the statement that Mary Eberstadt and Andrew Dorn from Philos were key in putting together the coalition of Christians, Catholics against anti-Semitism, was, I often, you were mentioning, Maggie, approaching priests for things. Sometimes when something happens, like Eli Sharabi, if you haven't seen him, looks like a skeleton. He was released recently from Hamas to find out that his wife and his two teenage daughters are dead. And you know, when I see things like that, I want us to be marching in the streets. You know, I always wanted, like, why aren't we? I remember during the HHS fight, the mandate during the Obama administration, one of my colleagues saying, why aren't you like marching on Washington? It's like a good question. But so last night, I joined some Franciscan University students, and I know at least one person in the room was there too, for a holy hour, a simple holy hour. And we asked, because Franciscan has a little DC, some rooms and things now that's near Immaculate Conception by the Convention Center. So we asked Father Gallagher there, and he was happy to have people pray. And I remember, and I bring this controversially, I always bring this topic up in this context because I think it goes to Jonathan's point about the culture and the polity. I don't think we'd be as indifferent as sometimes we are to the pain of abortion if we weren't as indifferent as we are to anti-Semitism. I think it's all related. And I remember when Live Action had done these undercover videos, and they were selling the remains of aborted babies, and it was happening in New York. And I'm the chair of Cardinal Dolan's Pro-Life Commission, and I said to everybody, I said, we have to do something. Like, this is the flagship Planned Parenthood is in our diocese. And yeah, I don't know how to organize a march, but I asked Father Jerry Murray, could you make your church available for a holy hour, praying for mercy and reparation for all that's happened? And we did for the rest of the year. I think it was like 6 months left or something. And you know, everyone but one, we had a bishop there. And it was a small showing, but it was people who were ardently praying, and if one or two are gathered in my name, right? So I do encourage people who are here or listening, and do things that seem small, like saying something to the guy on the Amtrak train, who's obviously Jewish, or doing a dedicated holy hour, start at this Lent, start at Holy Week, start whatever you decide to do. Prayer is action if we actually do believe our faith. And I would say we owe it to our Jewish elder brothers, fathers in the faith, to make moves like that.
Amen. Brief follow-up question, Catherine. While we know that anti-Semitism has been an issue well before the Zionist movement and the founding of the State of Israel in 1948, it's hard to untangle this issue from the current political complexities. So why should Catholics in particular fight the temptation to remain apathetic? And I think you've answered that a little bit, but if you had any additional comments.
I often think of Cardinal O'Connor, who was a bishop in New York. And he founded this religious order, the Sisters of Life, who take the normal nun vows, poverty, chastity, and obedience, and then they add one for the protection of human life. And this is just a little reflection, and you'll see why I'm reading it, that they wrote about Cardinal O'Connor. Cardinal O'Connor was passionate about God's redemptive work in souls. The Cardinal would implore us to labor along with Christ, to pick up the pieces of broken lives, lest any be lost. As a young priest, his greatest desire was to open a home for children with special needs. He had profound connection and love for them. He wasn't able to fulfill that dream because he was asked to become a Navy chaplain and spent 27 years in the Navy, achieving the rank of admiral. He would often reflect on a singular experience he had in 1975 before becoming the chief of Navy chaplains. In order to prepare for this tremendous task, he decided to visit the Nazi concentration camp in Dachau, Germany, to what was the site of some of the most infamous crimes against the dignity of the human person. He walked through the concentration camp and came to the crematoria where the bodies were burned. And in this, of all places, he had a mystical experience. He said, "I placed my hand in the oven and felt the intermingled ashes of Jew and Christian, rabbi, priest, and minister. The power of God was present as light in the midst of darkness, and Cardinal O'Connor was struck to the heart. He cried out, "Good God, how could human beings do this to other human beings?" He vowed in that moment that he would do whatever he could until his dying breath to promote the sacredness of every human life. He said, "My life was changed radically, not modestly, not fractionally, but radically, when I put my hand in the oven at Dachau." I knew that with all my studies and all my degrees, up until that moment, I knew no real theology. I learned it at Dachau. The men and women who died at Dachau shaped my adult life. For Jesus, as it was for Cardinal O'Connor, it was always about the individual person, the dazzling value, the infinite worth of a single soul made in the image and likeness of Almighty God. To him, it was not that 6 million Jews and 5 million Christians were killed in the Holocaust, but that one person of infinite worth was killed 11 million times, and that Christ experienced each death as his own. But he wouldn't let it end there. As the Archbishop of New York, he was called upon by John Paul II to assist in international diplomacy and was accredited with helping to establish diplomatic ties between the Vatican and the State of Israel. His funeral was a tremendous outpouring of appreciation, love, and respect rarely seen in the history of the American Catholic Church. Something to reflect on. He had become an influential leader not only among Catholics, but also within the Jewish community. A day before his funeral mass on May 7th, 2000, in an extraordinary tribute, dozens of New York rabbis and Jews gathered in St. Patrick's Cathedral to pay tribute to the man who, in the great cause of human life, had become, as one rabbi said, not only your good shepherd, he was our good shepherd too.
Wow. Thank you, Catherine. Okay, I'd like to turn it to the gentleman of the panel. James, you are in a unique and challenging space, and you started this work young. Well, you're still young, but you started this work even younger. And you're Gen Z male. You're in that demographic that Trent was talking about earlier. And that demographic is becoming more religious. And the trends are actually showing that men are surpassing women in religiosity, which I'm not sad about. With that shift comes the temptation to fall into anti-Semitic or anti-Judaic attitudes for the reasons we actually talked about earlier. And you personally felt the hate. How has that shaped your experience?
Well, I'll start off saying that more religiosity is good. Can you hear me okay? I guess it's more, I attended this panel with Ross Douthat recently at Seaway, and they were talking about this idea of whether or not this return to religion is a good thing. And it, of course it is, but with the religious impulse, there's also danger with it being hijacked to something Trent was talking about, that religious fundamentalism, where I think a lot of guys who are Gen Z, my age as well, are coming from a very chaotic world and they want things very simplified. And so I think once they come into this space, they are in a certain situation where I think they're very drawn to a certain narrative. In my case, I can't really say I've felt the hate. It's been indirect, if anything. And it's not in the same way, we speak about as Christians will be persecuted for our faith, and that does happen. But having gotten to know Phil, working with the Philos project and being in the space and having friendships with the Jewish people, Aristotle speaks of a friend being another self. And it's through that I've felt the hate, whether or not it was directed towards me. There is definitely this spiritual aspect to it that I felt that I don't think I've ever felt with other cases, even going, to the March for Life growing up. It's very charged, but you don't feel it in this the same insidious way when you're, standing up for the Jewish people or anything like that. And I also come from a space too, where as a traditional Catholic, it wasn't because of anti-Semitism that I got involved in this space. It was for a positive reason. It was Philos-Semitism. It was studying history and theology. I had a senior class on the Holocaust, on totalitarianism. So it wasn't like I saw anti-Semitism within the church and was like, oh my gosh, I need to go solve all the problems that this entails. But it was being drawn through a positive good, through the Jewish roots of our faith, through theology class, reading an exegesis on Romans 9-11, and that paradigm shift of this idea of being grafted into the promises from the Old Testament and the Jewish people. And I started to gain this theoretical desire to come to engage in that more and engage with the Hebraic and Jewish roots of our faith. But it felt fake unless it was also a connection to the living people that tradition came from. So that's what led me to Philos. But I wouldn't say, in the cases of, I went to Christendom, studied there. There's a lot of potential there where people are very much raised on Vatican II and a lot of the good that came from it as well. But I think with this new influx of converts who are coming from that chaotic world, they're also bringing with them, kind of the meme, social media culture as well. And it's almost like, early church where all of a sudden when the church opened up to Gentiles, you had this huge intake, but also with that came a bunch of different sort of baggage, I think, as well. Would have been, earlier pagan anti-Semitism. So you almost get, I guess, a potential for, with this rise of converts, which is a good thing. Also the dangers that they might be carrying certain presuppositions and social media baggage or Gen Z baggage as well, which could turn dangerously. But yeah, it is very acutely felt in a way that I've never felt with my own faith in terms of being hated for just being Catholic. In Phil's case too, even if I'm just around him in certain situations, you can kind of feel there's this very acute apparent hatred. And again, it goes to, I think, a lot of the same hatred of the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The fact that we are so united that you have, at the same time, there's rising anti-Semitism, of course, attacks on Christians elsewhere. But I think something people don't realize is that while Christians are the most persecuted worldwide in terms of numbers, ratio-wise, if you're Jewish, you're much more likely to be persecuted than if you are a Christian. And the places that Christians are being persecuted is because of radical Islam or things like that. So you have to be in a very specific situation. But I think just any Jew across the board is likely felt that hate. But yeah, again, for me, it's come from that positive aspect of growing in friendship through a love of the Hebraic roots for our faith that I've come to, feel the pain of a friend as well.
Thank you, James. Yeah, we're very careful at Philos Catholic not to use the word traditional because there's nothing more traditional than being Hebraic and being tapped into your Jewish roots. So, that phrase Catholic fundamentalist, I think, is a better way to be talking about it. Thank you, James. You kind of reminded me that wonderful article by Rabbi Jonathan Sachs on creative minorities, where he says when Jews and Catholics or Jews and Christians are finally kind of united and work toward the true, the good, and the beautiful, then Christian persecution is something we can more seriously tackle. Really, really moved by that. If you haven't read that article, it's on First Things, worth the read. Phil. Okay, in our Beyond Rome podcast with you and James, a Gen Z Jew and Catholic walk into a bar. Well, it happens frequently with these two. Both young Gen Z men. You're both devoted to your respective Catholic and Jewish traditions. And someone commented, if me and James were really your friends, Phil, you would have converted by now. All right. How would you respond to that perspective? And more broadly, why do you think misunderstandings and divisions between our faiths have persisted for centuries?
Sure, thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here. My whole life, I like to say that I've been an Orthodox Jew amidst a sea of intellectual Catholics. And so I think I texted one friend of mine that I was speaking at CIC, and he said, it's about time you've come home. So it's a real pleasure to be here. Yeah, so that episode that we recorded was just trying to give a taste of something that James and I actually do, which is to have a drink and talk about all the good things. And this comment that this obviously anonymous troll made on the post, it really did strike me. It was very hurtful for a few reasons. First, shortly after that podcast, Simone and I had the privilege to speak to Professor Hildebrand from Franciscan. And I had mentioned that we received this comment, and he was very disturbed by it and said something that I think was so moving. He said that that's just simply not how God's grace works. God's grace doesn't work in such a way that if they were just better Christians, then they'd have converted an Orthodox Jew. But I also think that looking at a very objective level, it is an awful way to view friendship. I think most good friendships are built off of curiosity, of mutual respect, of wanting to learn from one another. And I have spent my entire time here at the Philos Project learning from James, Simone, and from the entire team. And a recent example, I'm reading, as part of a reading group, James Joyce's A Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man. And I am an Orthodox Jew reading a book about early 20th century Catholicism, frankly. And there were many passages that I simply was just unaware of. Was Joyce describing a caricature of something? Was this an accurate representation of things? And what do you know? I have two people who I know that I can reach out to and have our friendship blossom, doing something that we both love, talking about literature, talking about theology. And I also think that just building these friendships is so key to the future of Jewish-Christian relations. A few weeks ago, I was in Dallas with the Philos Project at NRB, the National Religious Broadcasters Convention. So it's not a Catholic crowd, it's an evangelical crowd. And I was one of probably 7 or 8 other Jews who were there amidst the sea of thousands of people. And what struck me was I was the first Orthodox Jew that many people have ever met. And once they realized that I wasn't a Jew who had converted to Jesus and was a practicing Orthodox Jew, they were amazed. Frankly, I was amazed too. I was amazed that so few people, with churches with thousands of members, had never met an Orthodox Jew. And I think, facilitating those friendships goes such a long way. And so about saying something to the man on the Amtrak train, one thing that I want to highlight is, so on October 7th, I was, of course, in synagogue. It was a Jewish holiday. And things started trickling into synagogue. And as someone who defended his master's thesis on Israeli counterterrorism strategy, I was unsure about what to believe, if how accurate this is. And of course, I can't turn on my phone. There's one more day left of the holiday. It was a very painful, of course, holiday. And by the time I turned on my phone and I had seen everything that had occurred, and after I finished crying, I noticed I was so distracted by reading the news, my phone kept ringing. And I kept rejecting whoever it was that was calling me. And lo and behold, when I finally listened to the voicemail afterwards, it was a Catholic professor at a university that I've never attended. We've just had a correspondence talking about literature and poetry for the past few years, who kept calling to say, I'm here for you. I just want you to know. I'm here for you. And I was inundated, frankly, in the aftermath of October 7th with those emails. And there are people, I won't mention their names to protect their privacy, who have a lot better things to do than talk to me, who were constantly checking up on me, asking how I was, asking about my friends and family in Israel. And if that isn't friendship, I don't know what else is. And I think it's that type of friendship, not the friendship of if Simone and James were better Catholics that have converted me. It's that type of friendship that we have to work on facilitating, because I truly believe that that's a direct line to some redemption, frankly, in this entire space.
Thank you so much. So beautiful, Phil. It's really fun at work because Phil our conversations are fun. Guess what, Simone? We've been Jews and Catholics have been talking past each other for centuries. I love Jewish Shabbat because you can't do anything but read books, So anyways, it's very fun. It's such a pleasure to work with you, Phil. The morale boost we need. A follow-up question to Phil, James, and the entire panel. In the unique space of being a Jew among Catholics, among Christians, actually, because we're ecumenical at the Philos Project. What are some of the most common misconceptions that you encounter? And what have been some of the most fun, or thought-provoking theological conversations you've had with us or would like to have? Because in our conversations, again, it's really fun at work. He'll be like, "Is confession really like what I've read in this James?" And I'm like, "Kind of." So it's in. Phil keeps saying, fascinating, just fascinating, So, again, that's like my dream for the church, for the world, is that we get to the fun stuff, not always damage control or reparation, but like actual building, So, yeah, if you wanted to begin by answering that.
Sure. I think what I've encountered most is, I think sometimes I've been amazed at what Jews and Christians think about the other, and I think sometimes we expect that the other is briefed on the types of questions and curiosities that we have about the other. And I think Jews and Christians, we do history very different. We have an approach to history that's very different, and our mindset, our daily lives are organized in different ways. And I think coming to terms with that and meeting each other where the other is very important. And so I think that's probably what I've encountered the most. But I do keep using the word fascinating at work. I think I tried looking at it in our chats, and it nearly blew up my phone, frankly, the amount of times I've used it, because I think there is a lot of both of our traditions that we ought to share with one another, that we ought to show each other the beauty of our faiths. And even though there are a lot of misconceptions about certain things within the faith. So one misconception that my coworkers are probably tired of me speaking about is every once in a while the Talmud will come into some anti-Semitic Twitter discourse and people will start raging about the Talmud and taking lines out of context. Of course, the Talmud has to be approached, with a certain mindset that, of course, Orthodox Jews like me who have spent their life studying the Talmud have an understanding of. There's also a lot of pain, of course, in the Talmud with the disputations that occurred during the High Middle Ages. But I think it's being curious about those things. It's meeting each other there that I think is the way to overcome some of those misconceptions.
Please.
Yeah, because Phil, I don't know if you've thought about it this way, but you and I are kind of leading parallel lives because I'm one of the only Catholics at Tablet. So we sort of have a reverse situation there. And I have had the same experience, I guess, in reverse. Mm-hmm. Yes. And that was one of the things that made me so badly want to get my kids and anyone from my parish who was interested to attend a Shabbat service. Because I was like, there's just so much there. Like, there's just so much there. And my kids, who I can't get to sit still through a mass, will sit through a Shabbat service and they participate fully. Oh my gosh. My son is like, I need a book to touch to this. Where's my sitter? I want to touch it to the scroll when it comes by. And it was great because it was a family Shabbat service. So the rabbi would take time to kind of explain. It was a Reform congregation, and she would take time to explain what was going on. And these little Catholic school kids, she's like, okay, so we're going to say the Shema. This is the Shema prayer. You cover your eyes. Look, all these little Catholic school kids are covering their face to recite the Shema. And it's so powerful. And it wasn't that dissimilar from a mass in many ways. Structurally, it was very familiar to them. And I just thought, what a gift. And, I imbibe so much. And I also have those texts with colleagues sometimes. Is this true? Have you really, and it's so enriching. And one thing that I've tried really hard, because I was trying to get my kids' school on board for stuff like that. And they were like, well, we do a Yom HaShoah thing. And I'm like, no, don't treat Jews like field trips, okay? Like, the Jews are not a field trip for you. They're not, don't set up a barn at Christmas and be like, oh, what if Jerusalem was a real place? No, go have a Holy Land experience in someone's gym. Go to your local synagogue. There are real Jews. Am Yisrael Chai. There are real Jews who are alive today that you can meet. And it's very illuminating for both parties. And so, yeah, I think it's really enriching. And, don't cheat yourself out of a really fun, cool experience, basically.
Yeah.
Can I say something quick? I went on one of the Philos trips to the Holy Land. It was my second time there, and both the first and second time I did this. But I was tired when I got there, as you tend to be, and my plan had been to go to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre the first morning, but I was tired and I wanted to sleep, and then I heard the Muslim call to prayer. I'm like, if the Muslims can pray, I can pray. And so I relived the experience I had had the first time that I was there. It was, I go off to the old city, and who's there? There are Muslims who are going to pray, Jews who are going to pray, and Christians who are going to pray. And I've said, and I don't think it's an exaggeration. It's like one of the safest experiences I ever had in an odd way, you know, being in the old city at 4:30 in the morning or whatever it is, and everybody's going to pray. And it's really beautiful, and you realize, okay, you know, there is meeting ground here, you know.
In fairness, though, that was a very exhausting trip.
Well, we hadn't started that morning. I was already exhausted, apparently.
Okay, some questions from the attendees. What is the dominant Jewish attitude towards Christians at this time? Is there any reverse bias? How does this affect the conversation?
Sure, thank you. I'm always afraid when I'm asked these types of questions because I'm a little Jewish kid from Philadelphia, and I have no ability to speak on behalf of the entire Jewish population. Things would be different if I did, but alas, I don't. I think an important point to mention. So very often when you see these anti-Semitic things from the Talmud pop up, every once in a while, someone will take some line from the Talmud about Jesus and about Christians. Oftentimes out of context, oftentimes, frankly, I've seen very fake quotes that don't actually exist have popped up about the Christians in the Talmud. And some of them could be harsh, but I think it's important to know first the historical context of some of these lines, especially when the Babylonian Talmud was written, and in Babylonia that the Jews are a persecuted minority. And so you have to understand that as a polemic, I think. But more to the point is that they don't actually reflect the attitudes that modern Jews have towards Christians. When I joined the Philos project, I had maybe part of me had expected some backlash from the Jewish community. Frankly, the opposite. I received nothing but love and encouragement. And so I think that we are very much appreciative of our Christian brothers and sisters who have stepped up to defend and support the Jewish people. And whatever attitudes you might find in the Talmud do not reflect, I think, the vast majority, if not all, of the Jews alive today.
Thank you, Phil. Okay, next question. Oh, this is a good one. And I also have two friends who are from the Muslim faith here with us, so this is appropriate. Do you see a role for the Muslim religious actors to address anti-Semitism other than condemning? How? And another question, please speak to the lack of bond between Jewish and Muslim faiths. I want to say quickly, I don't want to take it away from the panelists, but really quickly, I had the honor and privilege of moderating a panel at the International Religious Freedom Summit on the sexual violence perpetuated against women on 10/7. And two of the panelists, which are half the panelists, were women of a Muslim background. So, and one of them is here today, which I won't point her out, but she's here. You should talk to her. She's amazing. So that, to me, these are heroic women. It is not easy to do that. And so I just wanted to share that fact with you before I open it up to the panel to answer the question. That's her. Okay, thank you, Soraya. I didn't want you to be mad at me. There she is.
Okay, all right. Well, so as a religious literacy correspondent, I can speak to this in a couple ways. The first of which is the first thing I ever did about Catholicism and anti-Semitism. A friend from a Muslim background reached out to me and said, hey, this is great. What about Islamophobia? And I thought about that very deeply because she's a friend and her feelings matter to me. And also because I come from an ecumenical background as an Army brat and an Army wife. I was talking to someone back in the green room about how one thing the Army does very, very well, I'm going to stick to Army because I'm an Army wife, but this is true across the military, is ecumenism. We take other people's beliefs seriously and we respect them. And because at the end of the day, we're all in pursuit of the common good. And so that's one way that we're able to help each other during COVID. Everybody helped the other religious community get what they needed so they could meet in person under the social distancing guidelines. It was very cool to see. So a few years ago, Tablet had an initiative called The Tent. And it was because Ramadan Passover, Easter, and the Hindu holiday of Holi all overlap that year. And so we said, what if we could get religious leaders from all of these faiths together to talk about things they had in common: how to pray, how to fight, how to love. And there was a fourth pillar that I always forget, but I'm sure it was also beautiful. And I said, we've got to get military chaplains, because this is what they do. They talk about these things to ecumenical audiences, to young men in particular who are searching, because that was kind of what we were trying to do with the tent is, look, we know there's this thirst out there for religion. It can be intimidating to walk up to a house of worship and say, hey, I'm new. What do you got? So we were going to come to them. And so we got 2 Muslim army chaplains to come on board. And it was a beautiful, beautiful thing to see. And and it was just, what do we have in common? What are our religious traditions? What do we value above all? And one thing that I would say really stuck out to me recently, because I write about everything that's not Judaism basically for Tablet, I had an article last Friday about Ramadan and addicts. How do you handle a month of self-denial when you're an addict? And I talked to some folks from Miladi Islami, which is the Muslim 12-step program modeled on AA. And one of the women said, look, you're supposed to take it one day at a time. 24 hours is a long time. Having the day broken up into 5 prescribed prayer times gives you a new opportunity to restart every few hours throughout the day. If you've messed up, you know there's a new start coming the next time you can pray. And I thought, well, gosh, Judaism has that. Catholicism has that in the Office of Readings and the Liturgy of the Hours. We have these opportunities to sanctify our day, and to have that insight come to me from a woman from another faith, from the Muslim faith, writing for a Jewish magazine, was profoundly meaningful to me. And so I think, there are opportunities to get together. And I would say, again, this goes back to a leadership thing. I don't know, maybe there are priests that do a lot of great ecumenical work, but it seems like a lot of times when you see like ministers getting together from a town, it's usually all the Protestants. It would be nice to see more Catholic priests out there doing ecumenical stuff with other faith leaders on certain issues. So I think, again, this is a command emphasis issue that'd be really cool to see, where we could find places to get religious leaders to get together, get their congregations together to focus on some aspect of the common good.
I remember years ago, this flows exactly from this, the late Jonathan Sachs, Rabbi Jonathan Sachs, was speaking in New York, I think at the 92nd Street Y, and he said the most powerful ecumenical work is on the front lines helping people. So building a hospital, that kind of work, helping in an emergency situation. Muslims, Jews, Christians, you learn a lot about one another and what's really important to you.
Thank you so much to our panelists. We're going to transition. Don't go anywhere. Just stretch.
Simone,
yes.
Can I just say something super quick?
Yes.
It's a long story. I made a mistake and made 35 copies of this cartoon by Peter Brooks, which Eli Sharabi gave to the president the other day. And as you can see, it says never again with Holocaust survivors, and then again with 3 of the hostages who were released, one of them being Eli Sharabi. And anyhow, feel free to take one. It's obviously a conversation starter. It's obviously controversial, but it's a way to remember that there are things happening in this world that we have to know about and talk about and do something about in whatever ways we're called to. So please feel free, they're outside.
Oh, you too.
Oh, thank you. You too. I love the surrender prayer. I saw your bracelet.
Yeah, I know. I've gotten to the point now. I just need it on a bracelet as one line.
I'm just doing it like all the time on repeat in my head. Like,
you know the video, right? The song.
No.
Oh, there's a song.
Oh,
if you
is
Google.
there? Yeah.
If you wouldn't mind giving your attention, we are going to move to the final speaking engagement of the
They
evening.
have a song.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
They just sing it.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
Oh, and I remembered the story I was going to tell you about photography. So it was remote, and the guy tells me, lower your computer screen. There was cleavage, and nobody told me. On EWTN.
Oh no.
Yeah. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, please. please. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much. It's so vivid.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Thank you so much. So powerful. I'll send it to you. There's more outside, right?
Yes. Yeah, there are smaller ones too. Yeah.
It's an equal opportunity.
Like bring the other one out. It'll, if you can get the little. No, I won't bring it out. This is also a mic. And we'll center it there.
Good job.
Yes.
These are all for Mr. Weigel. Okay. Excellent.
We're just going to go this way.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. I think that.
Just talk in front of it and it'll be fine. Okay. Thank you. Great. That was good.
This one. Does it need to make your
Properly revealed, so we have one for the table.
Great, thank you. Simone. Excuse me. Yeah. We are going to begin the final speaking engagement of the evening. If you wouldn't mind giving your attention.
Thank you. Okay, James Riley. Thank you.
As we can conclude our discussions today, it is essential to reflect on the key takeaways from our panels and the role that each of us can play in fostering and understanding and combating anti-Semitism. To deliver our closing keynote address, we are honored to welcome George Weigel. George is a distinguished senior fellow at the Ethics and Public Policy Center, where he holds the William E. Simone Chair in Catholic Studies. A prominent Catholic theologian and leading public intellectual, he is best known for his acclaimed two-volume biography of Pope St. John Paul II, Witness to Hope, and The Ends and the Beginning. In 2017, he chronicled his journey as a papal biographer in Lessons in Hope. He has authored or edited over 30 books, contributing significantly to Catholic thought and public discourse. His talk, A Blessing to One Another, John Paul II and the Jewish People, will offer further reflections on today's sessions. Please join me in welcoming George Weigel.
Thank you, James, and good afternoon, everyone. Should be. Is that okay? Good afternoon, everyone, including all of you making noise out in the back there. I want to begin by thanking Simon Rizkallah. I'm actually the William E. Simon Chair, not the William E. Simone Chair. So I'd like to thank Simon Rizkallah and Philos, Father Charles, who's such a great gift to our Catholic community here in Washington, and the always impressive CIC staff. And you're welcome. Father Charles is thanking me in the back. And the colleagues who provided us with such a rich feast of insight over the past 4 hours. We have heard some hard truths today, and these are things that have to be said, that had to be said, and they have to be repeated. But I hope to end this encounter today on an encouraging note, reflecting on a witness to hope who accelerated the transformation of Jewish Catholic relations into a collaboration in favor of decency, civility, and the truth about the human person. His journey was a singular one, but I hope we can all find in that journey signposts that can guide our own pilgrimages to the Father's house. On March 26, 2000, an 80-year-old Polish priest, leaning heavily on a cane, walked 86 slow and difficult steps to the western wall of the temple in Jerusalem. There, after a moment of silent reflection, he did something that millions of believers in the God of Abraham had done before him. He left a prayer, which read as follows: God of our fathers, you chose Abraham and his descendants to bring your name to the nations. We are deeply saddened by the behavior of those who, in the course of history, have caused these children of yours to suffer. And asking your forgiveness, we wish to commit ourselves to genuine brotherhood with the people of the covenant. Amen. 3 days before, on March 23rd, 2000, that same Polish priest, who was, of course, Pope John Paul II, had gone to lay a memorial wreath at the eternal flame that honors the martyrs of the Shoah at Yad Vashem. John Paul's press spokesman, Joaquin Navarro-Valls, once asked John Paul if he ever cried. The Pope replied, "Not outside." No one who saw John Paul II standing before that eternal flame could doubt that he was crying inside, as he spoke of the great need for silence in this place. Silence in which to remember the dead, silence, as he put it, in which to try to make sense of the memories that keep flooding back, silence because there were no words sufficient to condemn the Shoah. Later that evening, my oldest Israeli friend, a distinguished soldier, scholar, and statesman who had seen a lot in his life, called me at my hotel in Jerusalem. I just had to tell you, he said, that my wife and I cried throughout the Pope's visit to Yad Vashem. This was wisdom, humaneness, and integrity personified. Nothing was missing. Nothing more needed to be said. How did this happen? The man the church now knows as St. John Paul II would have been the first to insist that he was not acting in an idiosyncratic way when he went to Yad Vashem and the Western Wall. There, as elsewhere in his remarkable 26-and-a-half-year pontificate, he saw himself and he conducted himself as an heir of the Second Vatican Council and its teachings on the filial debt that Christianity owes its parent, Judaism. And it's important to underscore this. For if John Paul II was acting idiosyncratically, then he was not bringing the full weight of the Catholic Church and its settled convictions to bear on what he said at Yad Vashem and on what he prayed at the Western Wall. Still, as his biographer, I have to say that there was something intensely personal about the way he brought the church's convictions to bear in those places, so highly charged with symbolism, with emotion, and, Jews and Christians believe, highly charged with the truth of the world. The truth about good and evil, and the truth about the divinely intended, the divinely mandated entanglement of Jews and Christians for the salvation of the world. And until that is accomplished in full, our divinely mandated entanglement in combating evil demands that we witness together to the true, the beautiful, and the good. So he was not acting idiosyncratically at the Western Wall any more than he was acting idiosyncratically when he went to the Great Synagogue of Rome in 1986. It was only after Witness to Hope was published that I heard a story that I would have given gold, frankincense, and myrrh to hear when I was writing the book. There is a tradition at the Great Synagogue of Rome of no crosses, to the point where if you cross your legs, an usher will come with what looks like a pool cue and wrap them. This was confirmed by none less than Irving Kristol to me. So the great Rabbi Elio Toaf was getting some heat from his congregation about whether John Paul II, in coming to the Great Synagogue of Rome, would wear his pectoral cross, because there are no crosses in the Great Synagogue of Rome. And Rabbi Toaf went to see the Pope when this was getting a bit out of hand and said, look, I'm getting all of this heat. What can you do? And the Pope said, look, if I were coming to your shul as a tourist, I'd be happy to wear blue jeans. But I'm coming as the Bishop of Rome, and to make it clear that that's what I'm doing and what that means, I have to dress as I always do. Toaf goes back to his synagogue, and they're all there, and elders say, what happened? And Toaf said, the Pope and I are completely agreed he's wearing his cross. You wonder why the Pope loved Elio Toaf. Nonetheless, there was something distinctively personal about John Paul II's relationship to the Jewish people. And I'd like to trace a few of the elements of that for you briefly, again, as signposts along the path of his life that might provide some signposts for our individual journeys. The first of those personal experiences involved his hometown and his father. Wadowice, the small town outside Krakow where Karol Wojtyła was born and lived until he completed high school, was 20% Jewish in its population and had a long history, nurtured by its Catholic pastors, of tolerance and mutual respect. Thus, Karol Wojtyła had many Jewish friends as a boy and teenager. Some of them remained his friends for life, while others perished in the Shoah. He also had the example of his father, a man of granite-like integrity, a retired military officer who had served for decades in the army of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, which was arguably the world's first great multinational institution. The Wojtyła family apartment was in a building owned by the Jewish Bauermuth family, who ran a small store on the first floor, the ground floor. And after Emilia Wojtyła died, when the future pope was not yet 9 years old, young Karol and his father often took their meals in this shop owned by a Polish Jewish family. Karol Wojtyła Sr. taught his son respect for others, tolerance, and a belief in a free Poland in which minority communities played a full role in civic life while retaining their own cultural identity and integrity. The son's convictions throughout a long life mirrored the father's. The second personal element in John Paul II's distinctive understanding of Jews and Judaism involved his own personal experience of the Second World War. I have often thought that in John Paul II's writings, particularly after the fall of communism, on the future of free societies, the future of the democratic West, that the shadow of the Weimar Republic loomed over those reflections. Weimar, interwar Germany between the First and Second World Wars, which I find I have to explain to more and more audiences these days, but I don't have to explain here. I was actually teaching in Rome last fall, and I was talking about this, and I said Weimar Republic, and they're absolutely blanks. There's students from all over the world. And I said, anybody know what the Weimar Republic was? No. Anybody seen Cabaret? No. I'm getting very old here. The Weimar Republic had a beautifully balanced constitutional structure designed after the First World War by some of the leading social scientists in the world, including the legendary Max Weber, one of the founders of sociology as we know it. What the Weimar Republic did not have was a sufficiently sturdy moral cultural foundation on which those institutions of democratic self-governance rested. So when the combination of historic resentments, mentioned appropriately by Jonathan Silver, the Great Depression, and the rise of the man that Winston Churchill described as a maniac of ferocious genius combined, that beautifully constructed structure, it didn't collapse. It elected the man who destroyed it. That truth of history, which John Paul II knew in his bones, was always in the back of his mind. Democracies without a sufficiently thick moral cultural foundation based on a correct understanding of the dignity and infinite value of every human life risk implosion. To understand John Paul II's experience of the Second World War is to be reminded of some things that most Americans who have heard of the Second World War, I mean, when 75% of high school students don't know that Franklin Roosevelt was president during the Second World War, you know we've got a historical memory problem here. But for most Americans, even who know something about it, the Second World War is what? It's Pearl Harbor, D-Day, and then VE Day and VJ Day. That's it. That's the story. But that was not the story in Poland. Between September 1st, 1939, and the spring of 1945, 1/5 of the population of Poland in 1939 was dead 5 years later. That included, of course, virtually all of Poland's Jewish community. It was an experience of complete lawlessness. The great historian of Poland, Norman Davies, describes occupied Poland during the Second World War as Gestapo land. Okay, no rule of law. If you're walking down the street and a soldier in the Wehrmacht or a Gestapo guy or an SS man doesn't like the way you're looking at him, he can shoot you down and nothing will happen to him. A world without the rule of law. One of John Paul II's seminary classmates in the clandestine seminary they both attended during the war years told me that it was not a question during that period of knowing whether you would be alive at Christmas or next Easter or on your next birthday. It was 5.5 years of not knowing whether you would be alive tomorrow night. That cauldron of hatred and violence was, I believe, the most formative experience of Karol Wojtyła's life. Because of that experience, he came to dedicate himself to the defense of human dignity and freedom through the priesthood of the Catholic Church. Some who shared that experience went mad. Others gave their lives to the ultra-mundane utopia of communism. Still others took up violent resistance and often perished as a result. Karol Wojtyła, member of an underground cultural resistance group that fought Nazi tyranny by keeping alive the idea of a free, open, and tolerant Poland, came through those 5.5 searing years with a different commitment, a commitment to defend the dignity and value of every human life. I sometimes think of this experience and its effect on John Paul II through a geological analogy. We all know that there are terrible forces at work beneath the crust of the earth. Powerful, fiery forces. They sometimes spew out violently as lava, which destroys everything in its path. They sometimes create earthquakes. They sometimes create tsunamis. But something else forms under that intense heat and pressure beneath the surface of things. Diamonds, the hardest substance known in nature, gems that are both beautifully brilliant and capable of cutting through what seems impossible to penetrate. The years between 1939 and 1945 made Karol Wojtyła into a kind of human diamond, whose cutting edge could break through the seemingly impenetrable, like the Berlin Wall, and whose brilliance could lead a very tough woman, Elena Bonner, the Jewish wife of Andrei Sakharov, to say after spending an hour with him, he is all light, he is a source of light. John Paul II's approach to Jews and Judaism was also shaped by a distinctive conviction. Karol Wojtyła came to the papacy convinced that the world story and the biblical story are not stories running on parallel tracks. Rather, the biblical story, the story whose headings in the Hebrew Bible are creation, fall, promise, and prophecy, the story Christians believe continues in the New Testament under chapters titled Incarnation, Redemption, Sanctification, the Kingdom of God. That biblical story is the world story, rightly understood. The story whose surface features are conventionally labeled ancient civilizations, Greece and Rome, the Dark Ages, Middle Ages, Renaissance and Reformation, the Age of Reason, the Age of Science, and so forth and so on. But these are not parallel tracks. The biblical story is the world story read in its deepest dimension and against its most ample horizon. The biblical story is, if you will, the story inside the conventional story of history, the depth story that gives the surface story its very narratability, and ultimately its coherence. Let me put this another way. Like Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel, John Paul II believed that the human story is not the story of man's search for God, but rather the story of God's search for us and our learning to take the same path through history that God takes. That's what the biblical story teaches us. And that, John Paul II was convinced, is the story the world must learn anew, or in some instances for the first time, if the world is to recover a sense of its nobility and possibility. In that conviction, John Paul II became a pilgrim to the world, a biblical pilgrim telling the world its true story. The story of Abraham, the story of Moses, the story of Jesus. So that, as he put it at the United Nations in 1995, a century of tears might give birth to a new springtime of the human spirit. Any such springtime, John Paul also believed, would have to be one in which the state of Israel was no longer under constant threat. His determination to finalize formal diplomatic relations between the Holy See and the State of Israel sought to remove a psychological obstacle to the theological dialogue he hoped would evolve, would intensify between Jews and Christians, and would also signal to the world the Holy See's recognition that the Jewish state was a permanent reality which its neighbors had to recognize as such. As a determined foe of anti-Semitism, John Paul would, I am confident, be appalled, saddened, heartbroken, and very angry at the recrudescence of that ancient plague we have discussed today, in the form of an exterminationist anti-Zionism the world has witnessed since October 7th, 2023, and he would want to name that evil for what it is. A final thought. John Paul II's wish that Jews and Christians be a blessing to one another was not only focused on the past and the pain of the past, but on the possibilities of the future. For what were we to be a blessing to one another? So that the world, in learning its true story, might recover its moral sanity. So that the peoples whose basic moral code comes from Sinai might be lights to the nations, witnesses to human dignity, and defenders of human life and human freedom. So that together, Jews and Christians might remind the world that history is his story, God's story, and that our human dignity is ennobled, not diminished, by our taking the same path through history taken by the God of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Jesus. And so that the dialogue about election and covenant, messianic hope and divine promise, the redemption of Israel and the redemption of the world, a dialogue tragically cut off during the First Jewish-Roman War in 70 AD, could be reconvened after some 1900 years. At the Synagogue of Rome in 1986, St. John Paul II called Jews and Christians to a collaboration in favor of man, as he put it, a collaboration in defense of human life and human dignity. If we would honor his memory, let us commit our minds, hearts, and souls to advancing that collaboration. For that collaboration is ever more urgent today than it was 40 years ago when Rabbi Toaf and the Bishop of Rome opened a new chapter in the history of the salvific dialogue between Jews and Christians. Thank you.
Thank you, George, for your powerful words and for unpacking for us the prophetic vision of John Paul II. Because Philos Catholic and our mission, it goes beyond the Coalition of Catholics Against Antisemitism. It's a prophetic vision as unpacked by George of John Paul II, that we would be a blessing to one another. Before we wrap up, I want to personally invite you to add your name to the Coalition of Catholics Against Antisemitism. If you scan the QR code or you grab a postcard from the back or visit catholicsagainstantisemitism.org, you can read it and you can sign it. If you feel called, please consider making a donation to support this mission of education, of advocacy, and of real action against anti-Semitism. Every signature and every dollar helps expand this crucial work, which I'm glad, Mary, you pointed out. We want to do more programs for the youth. I also want to extend my deepest gratitude to our incredible panelists and our speakers who are so generous being here. To Mitch Boersma and to the Catholic Information Center for making this event possible. To Angelica Tom, whose dedication and hard work made this especially pleasant to coordinate. I also want to thank the Philos team, the Philos DC team, and also Frankie, our photographer. Thank you. So Frankie, this was not planned, but Frankie reached out and said, I'm a photographer, can I take pictures? And I went, well, I have no money for you. He said, no, it will be my gift. And I said, that's very generous. Why? And he said, well, because I love our Jewish brothers and sisters. So thank you, Frankie. And thank you finally to all of you for your presence, your willingness to engage this conversation. It does matter. Please continue this conversation. Please share the recordings, share our work, join our efforts, and please be a part of this community. God bless you all. Have a wonderful evening, and thank you so much.